I think we're live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. We are live. Hey, hey, hey. Happy weekend to you. Hope you're having an amazing beginning of your weekend. And I'm excited, as we always are, to see what messages are going to come through from Spirit this evening or this morning if you're on the other side of the planet. But before we get into all that, of course, we want to come back to this moment. We're going to start off taking a big, deep breath in. If you'd like to join me, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Slow exhale, coming out of the future, coming out of the past, coming out of the chaos of the outside world to right here in this beautiful bubble of love, what we have with peace, unconditional love, and gratitude and joy. So let's do it. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy as well. All right. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, I will hit the singing bowl 3 times, as we like to do, and each time, just imagine this radiation of not radiation, but like kind of a pulse, uh, vibrating out of your heart where this beautiful unconditional love is. It goes up and, transforms our stories, our mind, our thoughts, our beliefs. It goes into our hearts and transforms our emotions. It goes into our physical bodies, into all of our cells and our muscles and our organs, our blood, all of our cells, right? And then into our energetic body, to all of our chakras, our meridians, our auras, filling us up like a bowl, and then flowing out to the outside world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet, because it is kind of vibrating a little lower than usual. At least that's my interpretation. You never know. Could always be just vibrating at a wonderful thing. And we just never know, but we'll add our love to it anyway, right? And something we can do as we're hitting the singing bowl, think of one thing that we're grateful for, just one little tiny thing is all it takes for us to immediately our vibrations start to rise, and it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. But it also is what opens us up to receive messages from Spirit. So if you'd like to join me, I'll do it here. Remember, here we go. Gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, as always, for joining me and doing that. It just takes me somewhere. I went somewhere there for a minute in the beginning. I was like, where was I? How long was I out for? But thank you guys so much for being here. So grateful to be on this journey with you. And like I said, I'm so excited to see what messages we do have come in for from Spirit for us, what we can learn, how we can grow tonight, even listening. I know I learned so much from everyone's readings. Um, so I enjoy being here. So hello, hello. If you're new to my channel, welcome, welcome. I'm Bretta Zen, and we're here. You can call me Bretta Z. We're here to spill the tea. And we got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. Definitely two things we can use in this human adventure. So welcome. There's always a room for more Zen friends. And if you want to know how the whole process works, all that information's down in the description area of the video. But free readings are first come, first serve. You just put your question out there, or if you don't want to put your business out there, or don't know what you want to hear from Spirit, but you want to hear from them, you can just ask for a general reading, and then we'll pull cards for that. Generally 1 to 2 cards, like I said. Um, if anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. That's how Brother Zen eats, and that's important right now, at least in our life as humanity. So I step outside of the free readings, prioritizing those. We pull more cards for those two. We dive deeper, getting more tea, and you also get a little fortune cookie, uh, which is an oracle card of some sort that kind of rounds out your reading. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat down at the bottom or in the description area of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Square. I don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can. I do honor that, and then we pull cards for that. I know not everyone is able to give donations, so that's why we do get to free readings every session 2.5 hours in. If I have not got to any free readings, I do step out of donations, complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. Then I go back and finish out all donations. I always finish those. And then I generally have enough energy and time to finish out all the free readings at the end as well. I think I had a 6-hour session last night and a 5-hour session the night before. My record is 7 hours. I know. You know what, Spirit, if this old man can last that long. So I'm grateful to be able to do that. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. I know we're fancy here. All you have to do is find your name, click on that timestamp, and it takes you right to your reading. So it's easy breezy, short and easy. I think that's the big skinny on most of those things. I do have a giveaway every new moon and full moon where I give away a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you prefer. We just had a full moon drawing a couple days ago, of course, on Tuesday. We have another one coming up here in a couple weeks, right? Full moon, new moon, every 2 weeks ish. So March 18th is when we'll have the new moon drawing. If you want to get into that, check out that video. All my playlists are down in the description area, or if you ever click on my name, it takes you to my main channel. They're all at the top too. If you're ever wanting to go, oh yeah, I want to get into that drawing, you can just go to either place and it'll take you to, there's a little playlist about new moon drawings and winners. So you can check that out always. So I like it. Also, around every new moon and full moon, I do put out a little video talking about making the most of the full moon and new moon energies. We're still in the energy of the Virgo full moon lunar eclipse from Tuesday. It's going to be with us 4 to 6 weeks. So you can still use that energy and for the release energy and for the affirmations if you want to check out that video as well. And then lastly, but not leastly, I have a podcast. I know. When do I have the time? I'm just kidding. But what we do have the easier path is what my podcast is called. Just came out with a new one yesterday called The Window Wonder. And it's whole podcast is about, you know, talking about a story or a drama, trauma, something that's happened in my life or someone else's. And we talk about why the human does what it does, the spirit's perspective on why we want to experience it, or, you know, the perspective of that situation from their viewpoint. And then hints from spirit, how we can make that an easier path instead of a harder one if we want. I would never teach you out of your hard paths. That's how I learned a lot. So uh, that is what we have. Boom, boom, boom. So, again, the playlist is down below, or on my main page if you wanna catch up on all those. All those are free. All right. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Let's move that over here. We'll do some shout outs. I will be announcing here in the United States, we do have daylight savings time this weekend. I know we spring forward, we lose an hour. So I will be on an hour earlier. For those of you who your states or your countries do not participate in daylight savings time, I'll be on an hour earlier than normal. I know. Luckily, I'm on the evenings now. It's not early in the morning, so I'll be on. My body will think it's 4 p.m., and that's all right. That's not too bad. Before, if it was earlier, it's like, oh gosh, it feels like it's way early in the morning. One of these days, maybe we'll do away with that. But for now, but I'll put out more announcements on this weekend. Happens on Sunday. All right. Well, let's do some shout outs. Let me get my list all together and then we will get into the readings because that is what we are here for, to hear from spirit, find out what is going on in everyone's lives, right? So let me get in here and we'll start at the bottom and work our way up. So, Olivier Vagara, hello, hello. Good to see you. Happy Friday to you too. Got your free reading. We'll get you on the list here. We got Jojo in the house. Hey, Jojo, I got your donation. So as soon as you put out your question, you'll be number 2. We have Sudeshini will be up first. We got Heaven Rare Gem in the house. Hey, good to see you. So let's grab your free reading, get you on the list here as well. We got Andrea, 54 Hector. Hello, hello. Let's get you on the free list here too. Right. And we've got all those of them got Little Cherry Blossom. Hello. We'll get you on the list here as well. And we got Blueberry. I'm drinking blueberry coffee right now. So there you go. I knew you were coming. So hello, good to see you. Got you on the free list here. And we got Musical Beer as well. So thank you so much. Musical Beer. And we've got Rose Crumb. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome back. We've got you on the free list as well. And then we do have Touch O Love. I have you from a little earlier. Hello, good to see you. Got you on the free list. We got Minaheel from earlier today, so you might be asleep. Or if you're here, hello, hello. We've got ADT. Hello. So glad you said you're loving the vibe here, and you're going to be here on a regular basis. So welcome. So glad to have you. And then we do have Sudeshini. So hey, Sudeshini, you're my first donation, so you'll be up first. And then for free readings, we do have User Payse will be the first one for free readings. Once we get there, that is where we will be at. So I think I've got almost everyone. We got Ateshi. Hey, Ateshi, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here too. So we had a mad rush suddenly that came in. So hello, everybody. Happy Friday or Saturday morning to you. Exciting, right? Some great, great energies. I think we have Venus moving into Aries tomorrow. So buckle up. Your love is about to take a bzz, energy that's going to happen here. And Deb's in the house. What is this about? Winner chicken dinner. What's this about? Okay, well, we'll take a look here. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on that donation list. I love it. Thank you for that. Roasting chicken dinner and you're not cooking anything. Your goose is cooked. Oh, I love that. We'll find out who that is. And we got Brenda Globy. Hey, Brenda. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. Wow. The list was thin when I started, and now we are going down the page. So thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful that you guys are here and that you are thirsty for to hear from spirit and that you trust. for me to connect to spirit. Of course, you always take everything with a grain of salt. Trust what comes from your heart. So I love that. All right. We are going to be using, I'm loving this deck here, this Grim Tales Tarot. We're going to continue to use that tonight. I love the cards. And then if you make a donation, we're going to continue using the Oracle of the Rift Walker. Such powerful cards. So I love those. So for the first donations, we'll use those. And then if you make in more than one donation, then we go to the elemental energies there. So that is what we have there. So for donations, we've got 3 so far. So Sudeshni will be up first, and then Jojo, and then Deb Deb. I do give people nicknames, obviously. I like repeating people's names. I'm very original. Yeah, my cats are called Cat Cat and Dog Dog. No, they're not. I don't have a cat anywhere, but I got inventive with their names. Well, maybe not. Now that I think of it, I didn't. I named one Tiger because it had tiger stripes. Ooh. But anyway. So we will dive in here. And then so Jojo, you'll be up next after Sudeshni. Don't see a question yet from you. So if you put it out there, YouTube's hiding it from me, but just an FYI. This is the Oracle deck here. It's the Oracle of the Rift Walker, created by, see if I can get it to focus. What's Jesse? There it goes. What kind of did? Jesse Woll, Woll. Beautiful deck. So powerful. The cards. We'll put it here. Okay, that sounds good. All right. We had some wonderful snow here today. I didn't walk to the gym today. My host is so gracious. He lets me take her car if I need it. And so I drove over to the gym, and while I was in the gym, because I didn't get to walk outside, and I walked for an hour. I didn't do my 5 miles. I did 3.5 because I got tired of, there's nothing on the TVs. It was like I didn't bring my ear pod, so I'm watching all this stuff, and there's nothing interesting on. After an hour, I'm like, I'm gonna, because that shuts down after an hour. I'm like, I don't need to do another, 1.5 miles. I'm just gonna go outside, and there was 3 inches of snow already on the car. So beautiful. Nothing like you, Deb. I know you got like what, 2-3 feet, but for here, that's good. All right, let's get started. So thank you guys so much. Let's do a cheers, as we like to do. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up too. Help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful that you're part of the love tsunami, helping spread the Zen love to the world. So cheers to you. Yum, yum. All right. So let us begin. Sudeshni, you were up 1848. It was a very good year. I don't know, maybe in a past lifetime. So you want to know, what can tarot tell you about the Aquarius and his energy? Oh, Aquarius. Let me give you your donation. I love and I like here. Those Aquarians, I tell you what, I'm an Aquarian. So we'll take a look here. What can we tell you about the Aquarius and his energy? Is he with anyone tonight or someone else involved? Because he's pushing you away. All right, let's take a look here. So tell us about this Aquarius and their energy. And all Aquarians are different. Like everyone, we're all a soup. That just because our sun sign is Aquarius, we've got tons of other things that make up who we are, right? Just in case it gives us a bad name, I'm giving a disclaimer. I'm in a giddy mood. It must be the snow. The snow makes me all happy. It's like Christmas to me. So you guys are in for a treat tonight. But we've got this about him, and is he with anyone tonight? Someone else involved in pushing away. Okay, we got all the cards here. So we got the Page of Cups on the bottom of the deck here. So there is a bit of transformational energy to, yeah, because we've got the Hanged Man and the Lovers card here too. So there is something that is afoot here. Um, and we'll find out what it is. Because there's something about love, there's self-love, transformation, trying to figure things out, trying to see what love and relationships are from a different perspective. And it's very Aquarian to go, "Ugh, the old ways, blah," we want new ways. We want um, a different way of looking at things. The quirky, weird, different, we're rebels. We don't like rules and restriction. We like freedom. But also depending on, of course, our birth charts, we sometimes also we want freedom, but commitment at the same time. Freedom, our idea of freedom and our idea of commitment. We are air signs after all. We're water bearers. We can contain our emotions, but we're air signs. So remember, we're big thinkers and overcomers of stories and new stories. We love telling the new stories, sometimes before people are ready to hear them too. So all that energy is flowing below the surface of this Aquarius for you. But let's see what else about them and their energy. Yeah, that's here's that 7 of Wands. This is very, you know, like a sun. I will be me. I will not dim my light. I will not ask permission to shine. I will not defend what I'm wanting. I'm going to be me. And that's kind of how it goes. It is that energy of, you know, you can take me or leave me, but this is who I am, kind of energy that comes in. So they very much are standing firm and being them true to themselves and not feeling comfortable when people try to change them. Rebel, capital R, rebel. Let's see here. Got these two cards came out together. What else do we got? Yeah, we got the World card, the 10 of Wands. This does kind of reflect this hangman energy where they are in this transformation and significant ending in their life, which is bringing a significant new beginning. 10 of Wands, is an energy of it's endings and beginnings energy with the tens. But there is this transformation that happens. I feel like a big piece of what's going on with them in their life is that when anything feels like a burden, especially if they feel like a burden's being put on them, then they will choose freedom and they'll choose to exit and go a different direction. I feel like this particular Aquarius doesn't, and a lot of Aquarians don't, aren't big fighters. We will just disappear. If there is something going on, we don't generally, get upset and demand that you will treat me right. We'll be like, "Oh, is that so? Okay." And then we'll just vaporize away and not look back. And that's the kind of energy that can come in with that Aquarius air sign energy that is the water bear, because we can compartmentalize emotion where we can just put it in a little Tupperware, put a little lid on it, stick it in the freezer, and forget about it. Underneath that energy, and this is kind of what they're going in their life. Yeah, we got the Two of Cups. So I do feel like this has to do with relationship energy. And I feel like there's a lot of this going on. Got the Lovers card with the Hangman and the Page of Cups. So I do feel like this is iterating that they're in this place where they just felt a lot of relationship pressure from a lot of different areas, and they're just like, "I'm out." I don't feel like someone is trying to well, we have cards for this, and I'll look at them in a sec, but I don't feel like there's someone that's involving trying to get them to push you away. I just feel like this is their reaction to a lot of pressure from a lot of people trying to change them, trying to make them be something, do something. not do something, and they're just like, "Here we go, off we go to the wild blue yonder," kind of energy. Is he with anyone tonight? Got your Queen of Cups. There is this, I feel like it is almost I feel like they're with their mother. Queen of Cups, very emotional person, full of emotion. They roll over the emotion suit with the king, and behind the scenes, they get a second portion of emotion. But this doesn't feel like um, it doesn't feel like a romantic interest. It feels like I'm with my mother or someone that is very mothering, but it's not romantic at all. So I do feel like they're with someone, but not in a romantic sense because they're in this, "Ugh, I'm just tired of all this stuff." So I feel like they're kind of, um, venting and spending time with whoever this Queen of Cups is because it feels like a trusted friend, someone that they can share with, and they're both venting to each other. It's a nice, kind of friendly banter expression, like, "We need a night out. We need to go to dinner and go get some wine, and we need to wine while we're drinking our wine," kind of energy. So, that's what I kind of feel is there. And is there anyone involved pushing them away? No. Yeah, so you've got all this thinking, the Page of Swords and the Justice card. Both of these are about the mind, trying to figure out relationships because the Justice card is Libra energy, which rolls over the 10th house of relationships. This is about trying to see and gain clarity around this relationship stuff because there's a lot of people, it feels like having a lot of expectations on them, and it's the last thing you want to do to an Aquarius. Aquarius, we like our own rules, but don't try to put your rules on us. We tend not to try to put our rules on others, mostly, but yeah, we don't like people trying to put their rules in our face. So that's what I feel is going on. I don't feel like anyone's trying to do it. I feel like this is self initiated, um, kind of pushing all this romantic interest that have been coming at them, kind of putting it in a, like a hedge, just so they can have some silence and get their head on straight and calm down because I feel like they just felt inundated by a lot of opinions from a lot of people. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. See what else we got. Echoes of the Current, card number 4. And it says, "Feelings return until heard, not to haunt. They are calling you home." All right, let's take a look, see what this is here. So the invocation says, "I return not to punish, but to be felt. I flow where you abandoned me. I am your own voice carried back on water. Will you listen this time?" So this is kind of saying this echo is coming back for you. So realize um, that this is a mirror. So whatever's coming up, you're asking yourself, how am I doing this? What's bubbling up? This is for me. This is this reflection, this feeling like they're pushing me away. How am I pushing myself away from myself? Whatever feelings are coming up, this is an echo of, it's like your inner emotional inner child, your young inner child, 7 years old and younger, is giving you this emotion going, "I experienced this when I was young. I need you to hear me, or I'll keep echoing this over and over and over again throughout life. But will you listen to me this time?" The message says, this card surfaces when a familiar emotion, pattern, or memory begins to circle back into your awareness, not to torment you, but to invite you into deeper listening. Like a current revisiting the same shore, something you thought you'd moved past is revealing it still holds wisdom, unspoken truth or unprocessed grief. You may be revisiting an old wound with new understanding, noticing recurring emotions or themes in dreams, hearing a repeated message from your intuition, or feeling pulled back toward a place, a person, or a truth. So this card urges compassionate attention rather than judgment. What if these emotions are sacred messengers, echoing not because you failed, but because you're finally strong enough to fully hear them? Wow, I love that. The shadow energy of this card, you may be mistaking emotional repetition for personal failure, or you may be caught in a loop, replaying the same memory or emotion without allowing it to move through you. This card also warns against spiritual bypassing, which is prematurely trying to transcend feelings that are asking for presence, not escape, to be present with them, not to try to escape them. You cannot flow forward until the current has been honored. Powerful cards. Your three reflection questions: what feeling or pattern has returned lately, and what might it be trying to say? So, have you felt this before, being pushed away, the feeling of rejection, the feeling of abandonment? Where does that rooted in? You can think back when you last time you felt this, the time before that you felt it, the time before that you felt it. You'll eventually get back to 7 years old and younger and get to the root of that rejection. Your second question: where do I resist revisiting the past even when it knocks gently? And then thirdly, can I listen this time without shame? Wow, powerful energies. That's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. I'm excited for you. All right, sorry, crunching my little throat lozenge. All right, so we got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria, good to see you. I got your free reading on the list, and I see your donation via the PayPal as well. So we got you on the list there. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So up next we have Jojo, and then Deb, and then Maria P. You'll be up after that. All right. So Jojo got 3303. Look at that. Repetitive numbers. And you'd like advice. Whoops, maybe I can do that correctly. It would work. Error. There we go. So you want advice on your dad, please. Why was today with him like this? All right, well, let's take a sip here. Cheers to you. All right. So first we'll find out, why was today with him like this? And then the advice on Papa San here. Let's see what we got here in these. I think that's it. Okay. All right. We'll get into the deets here. Oh, there's four. I thought there was two. It multiplied into four, which makes sense. I feel like there's two sides of the story here. Because the bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Swords on the bottom, which is the power of the story, which makes sense why suddenly the two sides of the story, because, what happens in the outside world just is until it gets in here. And then we define what it means, what happened. Then we apply the emotional soundtrack. We choose our actions and our energy around it. And I like how they're restructuring the question in my brain to you, and kind of posing it back to you. Why did you choose the story that today was like this way with your dad? Where does that story originate? Because that story is yours, not what happened in reality. It was what you perceived through your binoculars, your, you know, your glasses here. So I love that. This is deep stuff going on in these readings the last few days. I'm like, wow, that's deep. So let's find out here why um what was going on in their life to have them and there's going to be two stories. The first story is going to be from their perception. The second is your perception, and then the truth underneath with one card. So let's take a look here. So from Papa's position here, yeah, I mean they're very much in their head and they're the master storyteller. They had like this went good. They feel like the time together was great. Because in their head, they have this story of this was for me, and this is, everything was. And I feel like that comes with age a little bit too. They're just like, "Yep, this is how things go," and this is just. I feel like they were in their head a lot and thinking a lot, and weren't really. It almost feels like they weren't not paying attention, but they weren't really watching your reactions, watching stuff. I feel like they were kind of in their own little world in their head with this King of Swords who rules over the mind, and then the second, every king gets a second portion of mind. So they were really up in this, oh yeah, I think everything went well. And they were like, you weren't present. I feel like you were distracted. Like they were distracted. If they it seemed like they were distracted, right? But this is what was going on from their viewpoint. They're like, it was good. What do you mean? From your viewpoint, yeah, you kinda had this idea of what you wanted it to be like with the 9 of cups, and then the death card comes in and put an end to it. "Feed me," right? Um, so I feel like there was this wish that you were hoping that your dad would act a certain way, and, there was kind of this like, it's an emotional desire of what you wanted from them, and I feel like from your standpoint, it feels a little disappointing. It feels like almost like there's this like your dream was chomped up and spit out. And I feel like there's 2 things with that. One feels like it's how you wanted them to be and how you wanted them to be a certain emotion with you. But I also feel like you wanted to share your dream with them, and if you did, I feel like they were just kinda like, "Oh, whatever," I don't feel like you felt comfortable sharing your dream. Quite honestly, I feel like that's more where I'm feeling toward. But because I feel like if you did share your dream of, "I wanna do this with my life," they would have been they would have chomped it up and spit it out and not supported you in it. They would have been like, "Get your head on straight, little girl." And then from Spirit's perspective, yeah, a new beginning. Every day is an adventure. Every day is a world of possibilities with the Fool card. Spirit's perspective is there's no right or wrong, it's an adventure. So they didn't see anything wrong with it. They didn't see anything right with it because there is no right or wrong from Spirit's perspective. I love this, how they're just, boom. This was great. What an adventure it was. So interesting energy there. Let's see what advice they have for you um, about Deadykins here. All right. So we do have the Eight of Swords, which is about letting go of and you have been letting go with the Eight of Swords. You have been letting go of expectations and thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore regarding them, those that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and especially small. And you've been freeing yourself from it, but they're telling you here, this interaction you had bubbled up on purpose some for you so you can look at and release yourself even more from some of those thoughts and beliefs. What else? Yep, you got the Four of Swords. Again, letting go of expectations, putting it to rest, kind of releasing things in a way too. It's I want to say like you're dead to me, with this death card, right? You're like, all right, I'm not going to put my power in your hands. I'm going to become my father. I'm becoming the mother that I've always wanted, the father I've always wanted, the sister I've always wanted, the friend I've always wanted. We become that for ourselves, and then everyone else is just extra, but we become that best friend we're looking for, that amazing parent or parents. And I feel like this is kind of what they're saying is, in a way, there's like this little ceremony of, you know, that they're dead to me in a way, but it's not like, it just feels like, oh, I'm maybe the titles of you are mother, you are father, you are sister, I'm burying those and letting those go. Now I'm looking at you each as humans, and that the expectations of titles, we expect something from fathers, we expect something from mothers, we expect something from sisters, we expect something from friends. And we realize when we put titles around people, expectations have been given to us growing up, and it comes with a rule book. Oh, your father? Let me get that book. Okay, these are all the things that you're supposed to do. And they're like, that's not what my book says. Because the books are different. Everyone has different rule books too. So I feel like there is this release energy that comes in. What's this third card? Yeah. And I like the lovers card, because I, I love how they present this is Gemini energy, which Gemini, the twins are our human self and our angelic higher self. So this is the relationship you have with your higher self, which is what we were talking about. Just hadn't turned over the card yet, which is you're developing this amazing, important relationship with your higher self, that they are, this, they are this, are the perfect father, the perfect mother, the perfect friend, the perfect sibling, and we're like, that, you are that for me. And then you don't have all this pressure of worrying about what everyone else is thinking, because you're like, that's just extra. It doesn't phase me, right? Oh, he's also a musician. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Let's see what else below. You have three more cards underneath all of that for advice. Let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, I mean, all of this swords energy, letting the expectations go. That's the big 10 of swords, is realizing they're a human. Even if you haven't spent some time thinking about them as a little boy and your mom as a little girl, even your sister as a little child, because we forget that they were also children. They also had their own dreams. They also had their own pain, their own fears, that they're human. And that kind of is this energy where you realize, like a big aha for me, when I'm like, well, my I felt abandoned by my dad, and then I realized his mom dropped him off at his grandmother's house while his dad was in World War II, and when his dad came back, he got remarried, and when he was living with them, he was still a little toddler in diapers. The stepmom would leave him in dirty diapers, and so his dad ended up taking him back and having his grandmother raise him. He would still visit him, but he that abandonment feeling, and I'm like, he didn't have any idea of what, a present, loving, he didn't have any examples for himself. Where would he just pull that out of his butt? And so it was like realizing like, wow. And then also about my mom, the oldest of 11 children, 12 if you count one of her young sisters, died when she was a baby. But, being that and never having all the attention of parents, because before you knew it, she was taking care of kids since she was a toddler herself. And you just realize, wow, they all had lives and their own dreams and their own fears and their own things. And when you spend time really looking at them, then we start freeing them from these expectations, going, why would they know any better if they didn't have a amazing loving childhood with loving parents who were present and giving them all this attention? And supporting them and everything, where were they gonna learn it from? Not life. You know? So, there is this kind of release energy that's coming in with all this, right? Yeah. And you have the emperor. It's just realizing you're the one in charge of your life. They did their job, and this is how I look at it. I go, "They did their job. I am still alive. They took care of me and protected me and fed me and everything until I was old enough to take care of myself." And, so they did their job. And now it's all up to me. My life is up to me, not them, and I like that. It's like, I'm the emperor of my kingdom now. And you also have the king of cups, which is the balance between your head and your heart here as well. And there is a little energy here of realizing that you chose your mom, you chose your dad, you chose your siblings to be um, part of them on purpose for a purpose. And when you ask yourself, why did I choose them? And with an open heart, not why did I choose them, but why did I choose them? Look at the positive qualities of them, you know, and see how those are in you. Like my dad, he was a salesman most of his life. He really knew people though, and he was hilarious. So a sense of humor and someone who knows people. And my mom Pisces, funny because I have a stellium in Pisces. But she was a teacher. She always wanted to be a teacher. She ended up doing like teaching Sunday school and working at a daycare and teaching kindergartners and pre-K and different things. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. The funny the funny clown teacher with my mom also thirsts for spirituality. And I'm like, there I am. And that's why I wanted these individuals, because they brought me, exactly the circumstances that I wanted to experience to be who I am, right? So I love that. Yep. And then you got, for your fortune cookie, you got the Briar Nest, card number 10. That looks like the nest fell, the basement or the floor fell through on the nest. Not all cages have bars. Some are soft, familiar, and woven from your own longing. Ooh, what is this going to be about? Let's take a look. So the invocation says, "I grew around you as a comfort." This is the nest, right? "I bloomed where the ache was. You mistook me for sanctuary, but I only softened the trap." Interesting. So the briar nest speaks to the entanglements we build around our wounds, habits, attachments, patterns that once brought solace, but now inhibit growth. It is the cozy trap, the relationship that quiets your fears but dims your fire, the substance that soothes but saps your clarity, the story you keep telling yourself so you never have to change. There's that power story again. The nest is not evil. It was built with care by the part of you that wanted safety, but it was never meant to be permanent. This card is a gentle confrontation, a soft unveiling. Holy crap. And then the shadow part of this card, in shadow, the briar becomes emotional dependency, addictive comforts, the illusion of safety in self sabotaging cycles, a refusal to outgrow what no longer nurtures. Says you may feel tangled, stuck, or strangely at peace in a place that no longer serves your becoming. The more you struggle blindly, the more it tightens. The only way out is to notice the weave and begin to unwind. Wow. So detangle ourselves. 3 reflection questions. What have I mistaken for comfort that is actually limiting me? What pain was I trying to soothe when I wove this nest? And what might grow if I stopped needing to be held so tightly? Wow. Some powerful energies there. But I like that 10. It's like the 10 of swords. This is all this is like expectations, right? Our thoughts and beliefs that we built for safety. And they did their job. But like a baby gate that protected us from tumbling down the stairs and breaking our neck, eventually it becomes an obstacle. As an adult, the baby gates, we end up tripping over them and almost breaking our neck falling down the stairs. So it's time to bzz, 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 unscrew those from the wall and take down the baby gates so that there's not a need for this anymore, because you will protect yourself. You don't need a baby gate protecting you anymore. So I love that for you, Jojo. So many blessings. Sorry. There's a I don't wanna say their name. It's a little thing that you say their name and they answer you. It's on the wall. It lit up on its own. I'm like, "Are you listening to me?" Yeah, but you don't need that protecting anymore. And, like, the relationship you have with him, you feel you needed that, but you don't need it anymore. Um Which, you can you can release them from that responsibility, and they can just be a human friend instead of you know, a titled father, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I love that. So that's what they got for you, my dear. What a deep reading. Holy crap. All right. So many blessings to you. Let me see. We got a few more people come in, do a couple shout outs. We got Happy Pill. Hey, hey, good to see you. Get you on the free list here. You are very welcome. And I think that was it. I think I got everyone else here. Oh, and another donation come in here via Z. Oh, yeah. All right. Very good. So, Maria, thank you. I see your second donation via Z PayPal. All right. So, up next, we do have Deb, and then we'll have two from Maria P. All right. So cheers, everybody. Take another sip and we'll dive into another reading. All right. So, Deb, you're 5254. We're almost at 5252. So, here we go. So, thank you so much. We'll give your donation a love and a like since it lets me. And I love this gratitude. I have times when I smell aromas that have no evidence of origin. Tonight you smelled a roasting chicken dinner. We were not cooking anything, so you believe it's a spirit. Who? All right. So I love that, Deb. Let's find out who this is and what message they were wanting to bring you, because they definitely were trying to get your attention to let you know they were there. All right. So can we know who this is? Okay, one card should tell us. They say, we shall see. And we've got here their message that they want to bring here. All right. And I feel like they want this one too. All right. Yeah, I definitely feel, yeah, perfume and cigarettes, right? Yeah, absolutely. It's a thing. Yeah, because there's people that hear spirit, there's people that smell spirit, there's people that see spirit, people that feel spirit touch them. That what sense am I missing? Hear, smell, see, touch. Oh, taste. People will taste things too. Yeah, right. A smell want, like a yeah, right. It's called, there's a name for it. It's one of those, voyants, a smell voyant. But there is a name for it because it is common, that people do pick up things from spirit. And they'll know what scent will trigger things and get our attention. Um, So, I definitely like that. And the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Wands, which is movement of energy, which does tell me here too. Um, so, there is this um, movement of it. And there's even emotional energy, movement of emotional energy on the bottom with the Knight of Cups underneath that. And the Ace of Swords, meaning they were doing it to bring a message from above. So they definitely were doing it to get your attention. And let's see who this was. Put those cards over here and see what we have here. Yeah, we got the Nine of Pentacles. It's interesting. The the hermity individual. It does feel feminine. I mean, obviously there's a female here, but it's this they it's funny how they're coming through because they're saying, because I didn't like people. They didn't like everyone. They liked their favorite. Um, I feel like, is this a grandma? Because I feel like they're like they like their favorite grandchildren, but everyone else like, ugh, they just wanted to be left alone. And they like to cook though, and they were always cooking something. It was like they loved to be in the kitchen because that was their domain. And I feel like they would chase people out of the kitchen because I just feel like they always had an apron on, always making something, always fiddling with something, you know, getting dinner ready, but making pies and always preparing something, getting something pre-made for the next day. They were always in the kitchen. That was their escape, because if they were in there, then other people wouldn't come in, and that was like their temple, whoever this was. So I feel like that's who this is, with this Nine of Pentacles energy. Um, yeah, let's see what message they're bringing in here too. So we have the Five of Cups. I know this ghost. Woo! Next to the Six of Swords, which is interesting that both of these have a. Uh, I know this one's probably asleep, but it looks like someone in a casket and a ghost kind of energy here. And let's see what the energy underneath here too. And the Queen of Wands. Yeah, and we got this wonderful connection with spirit here too. And I feel like their first message here, because it looks like they have a couple, has to do with their actual passing and you know, I don't know if you weren't able to go to their funeral or you were sensing them at the funeral. That has something to do here with this lower vibrational emotion that, you know, um, had to do with their transition and their movement, right? Oh, okay, very good. She didn't like children. Yeah, only her special ones, right? Only her favorite, so you were her favorite? One of her favorites? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to go there for a week. Yeah. So she's saying here, that don't feel guilty about not being there at the funeral and not being able to go. She goes, I wasn't there anymore. I was right beside you and all my loved ones. She goes, I did love everyone, even if I couldn't stand some of them. But she goes, I had a lot I was carrying from my, no, not excuses, but she was like, I I had a rough childhood and it was hard for me. Um, but, um, but I like this with the Queen of Wands now. She goes, I'm around you all the time. The moment I passed, I, split like an atom and went into all these different places and I was with everyone and I've been with everyone since then. So don't worry, release any guilt, release anything around that first. Let's get that out of the way. Is what she's saying. Let's just get that out of the way. All right, done. All right. You can hear me. I can talk to you. I've been around you. And I feel like that's like a big important thing. This second message here, let's see what this is here. Yeah, we got the 9 of Swords. And there is a bit of this expectations and I feel like this is nightmare energy, it's nightmare and insomnia energy, but I feel like you have some intense dreams, and she will come to you in your dreams, and she does come into your dreams in many ways to help you transform some of your fears and to face them and not turn to stone like this Medusa that was here, right? Um, and she has been there a lot, um, through a lot of things that you've gone through in your life, uh, transformational wise in your life. But she goes, "You wouldn't recognize me because I don't have snakes in my hair anymore. I'm not a monster anymore." That's funny. She goes, I actually have regular hair now, you know?" She's joking, she's funny. Um, she she goes, "You wouldn't recognize me because I am a being of unconditional love, and I don't have my pain, I don't have my suffering, I don't have all that human, baggage attached to me. I'm a being of light, and I do come to you and but you wouldn't recognize me." That's funny. I'm not a monster anymore. Yeah, we have the Knight of Pentacles. She's really helped you a lot here, on your journey of this quest of finding your self-worth. So this is part of those fears and overcoming those fears that she's been in here. Yeah, very mothering with the Empress, um, a lot of nurturing energy. She is around your children too. Even though she didn't know them, she's around your children, with this Empress energy. She goes, "Yeah, just by proxy, I also hang around them, because, I didn't get to know them when I was alive, so I'm hanging out with them as well." And it's this mothering, nurturing energy, and especially when you're in nature, um, she's so present with you in nature. Yeah, and the 2 of Cups. So we've got this great, you know, relationship that's here, and I feel like, you know, they're telling you here that, like that week that they spent together, the relationship you guys had was special to her, even though it might have seemed like she was putting up with you. Because, she, but she goes, "But that was like one of the closer relationships that she had." She goes, "I opened up more to you than to a lot of other people, and because I feel like she was very guarded with everyone else, but I feel like she let her guard down a little more because she was teaching you her passion and what she loved and, and doing that, right?" Oh, wow, I love this. So beautiful energies coming in. And, the last message we have is the King of Cups, which is this beautiful balance between head and heart, and, um, and I feel like because of this sense of being so out of balance, herself, I feel like her mind really, kept her heart contained, that, um, I feel like a she works a lot with your, water and air elemental energies, to support them in your life too, because she goes, "I know they're in charge of it, but I can still visit and give my opinion." But, but that's not how she felt. She felt she wasn't putting up with you, um, and that's one of her she doesn't have regrets, but she goes, "That's one thing that, um, I wish I could have done better, was to show you how much you really mattered to her." Um, but she didn't know how, because she was like, I didn't matter much to myself, so I couldn't share that. I couldn't speak the language of that. So I like that. Let's see here. What else does she have to say here with your oracle here? But I love this. So she'll bring that and music, all the things here. She goes, now that you are refreshing your memory of me, think about all the things I've been giving you messages for years, all the stuff, like you said, cooking and sewing and piano and all this kind of stuff. She gives you little things. That thimble, that song that you hear, that, whatever those things are, it is that energy. Wow. And then you have wings between worlds. Let's see what this says here. Messenger, guide, shapeshifter, flying the space between the seen and the unseen as well. I love that. Oh, Anna, how funny. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's funny, Anna. I did think that he had it. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. All right, sorry. Deb. So the invocation says, I spread the wings of memory and light and carry the messages that pass between worlds. May I move with grace through the veils of what was, what is, and what may become. Isn't that amazing that she came through? How funny. The message says, Wings Between Worlds is the card of the spiritual bridge, the one who travels between dimensions, states of consciousness, or even lives. This card often signals communication from the spirit world, powerful transformation, or the presence of a guide or guardian angel helping you cross thresholds. She's like, boom, there I am. Yeah, I mean, look at this beautiful card. Let's see if I can get it to focus. Ah, there it is. It's interesting. It looks like a little mini me, little mini angel. I wonder if feels like you reminded her of herself when she was young, in a lot of ways. That's why you were her favorite, or one of her favorites. She's like, we got to keep it a little open. But it says you may be receiving signs from the other side. No shit. Holding space for both grief and guidance, undergoing a personal transformation that shifts your spiritual awareness. So, this card reminds you that you are not alone. A guide, an ancestor, or unseen ally is with you now, helping you navigate the space between. You can't make this up. The shadow side of the card says this card may reflect feeling caught in between, unable to fully ground, losing your sense of direction during spiritual growth or transition, doubting spiritual experiences, or dismissing the signs around you. Ding, ding, ding. You are asked to trust the process, even when it feels unsteady. The wings may flutter, but they will carry you. In your three reflection questions, what messages am I receiving from beyond the veil? So I feel like that because you got that Queen of Wands in this card, especially too, I feel like she's using the opportunity to get your attention because she wants to establish a strong connection with you. It says, how do I move between emotional, spiritual, or energetic states? And who or what has helped guide me when I've felt lost? She's like, me. So I love that for you, Deb. Wow. What an amazing, card to get with all that. You can't make it up, right? Yeah, and your posse, part of your posse, and she's definitely been there. Um, so I love that for you. So that's what they got for you, my friend. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Wow. So cheers to grandma. Cheers, cheers to you, grandma. All righty. So let me just see here if anyone else came in here. Do some shout outs. I think we had at least one. We had May come in. Hey, May, good to see you. Don't see any question from you yet, just in case, because YouTube has been hiding some things here and there. But good to see you. And then Anna, hello, hello. Now I'll then I'm done with Deb's reading. Let me see here. Saying this loud and proud. You were spot on. I love it. You found your bank card when you mentioned something to the effect it's with someone you love because of that picture. It was in your son's pocket. You gave it to him to use for a purchase. You both thought he gave it back. But tonight you found it in his shorts when doing laundry. I love it. So cheers to you. Thank you for sharing that. I love hearing those things. All right. Yeah, but love you too, Deb. All right. So I don't think did I say happy pill? I think I said happy pill. Howdy to you. I have you on the free list just in case. All right. So we do have two more donations from Maria P. Um oh, okay. Let me just delete that thingy. Okay. So we will get into your two readings here. So your first one, 11210. There is that one. And let's get into, let's see, this is this first one here. Scroll, scroll, scroll. So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. We'll see what we got going on here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. All right. Thoughts and feelings towards you today after your lunch date, which was so beautiful. I love it. We've got two cards for that one. And he kept saying, "You're beautiful." What was that about? And then what's coming for you guys next week? All right, let's take a look here. And I feel like that one, not those, and this one here, not those. Okay. So, what were his thoughts and feelings towards you today? Yeah, we got this Two of Pentacles energy that's coming in here, and I feel like they give me one card for thoughts and feelings, and I feel like he was going back and forth between his head and his heart, his head and his heart, because I feel like, his heart, of course, he's got these emotions and these feelings, and then the mind was like, all right, I get it, heart, let's start planning, let's do something about this, because the heart wants more. Their heart does want more. It wants to move, it wants to grow, it wants to be together. And the mind is the planner, right? It's like, well, let's see what we need to do to make that happen. Then he go into his head, but then he would get drawn back into his heart, and he was kind of going back and forth like a seesaw, back and forth between his head and his heart. And it's a good energy, though. I don't feel like it's usually the head and the heart are battling each other. They were playing together today, their head and their heart, which is a positive thing. After your lunch date, what were his thoughts and feelings here? Yeah, we've got the high priestess energy, which is wanting to kind of step away, see things from a higher perspective, and dive in there to their emotions. And the Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree, is the fruit. But I'm getting this steady, you know, it's like there's this, steady movement with the Seven of Pentacles that comes in. But there's also this, especially with this high priestess, which can be very dive deep into emotional energy. I feel like with their Scorpio energy, they were picking up, about the Um, you were hoping things would be moving faster. I feel like this is the kind of energy they picked up after you spent time together, and, it was beautiful and all this, and some of this has to do with their own wanting to push, like we were talking about earlier with the Two of Pentacles, they're wanting to try to get things moving too, and when after you had your lunch date, they were like, "Yeah, I really do." It reinforced it for themselves because they also felt it from you, coming in there as well. So, um, I like that. I like that energy. Um, he kept saying, "You're beautiful," because he doesn't wanna be turned to stone. That's funny that you have Medusa. But the Nine of Swords here, I don't feel like this is their energy, I feel like this is yours. Um, but I feel like they were meaning it definitely from their heart, and they were, talking about inside and out, just how, like, you're just beautiful, it's not just you're beautiful, physically, it goes into your heart and your mind and your actions and, like, your soul is vibrating this inner beauty, and I like that, because this Nine of Swords, because the story of Medusa, if you ever if I mean, he's been in several movies, over the last probably 5 years or so, but, she was very beautiful, and I think it was Athena or whatever Zeus's I think it was Zeus's wife, Athena, that got jealous and, cursed her so that she could never, there was something that happened, some drama that happened, and she made it where she could never find love, true love ever again because people would turn to stone. Um, Men would turn to stone when they would see him, and and so it was interesting that that card came up here because that has something to do with that fear you have, inside around your looks and your beauty, and I don't know if you fear when your beauty fades per se, as they say, but I feel like there's something below there, but that's where he was coming from with it. Um, what's coming for you guys next week? We got Temperance, letting things unfold. I like this patience energies coming in. Just things are going to unfold just slowly and perfectly. Below the surface, you do have the Chariot and the Page of Wands. So there is some action and passion energy with the Page of Wands. The Chariot also is movement energy, but there's this power of choice coming in. And I feel like both with the Page of Wands and the Chariot, this is telling you, um, whatever you focus on is what you will draw in. So what are you going to focus on? And I feel like they're being a little obscure with that because they're wanting you to see that it's not like your life isn't in stone, like with like Medusa. Your life isn't in stone where, oh, this is always going to happen. Our moment by moment choices and our energy is what draws in a majority, 99% of our experiences. There's a small piece of our life that's faded, very small little faded things. The rest of it is all about possibilities and adventure. And so what is in store next week? I don't know. What do you want to draw in? Whatever you focus in is what you draw towards you in gratitude. If you want and need energy, won't, that pushes things away. We talk about that all the time, right? So I like that for you. Let's see what your oracle card brings in here. So for this first one, you'll get one of these, and then for your second one, you get an elemental energies. Ah, you got the Orchard's Bounty. It's all about abundance, baby. Card 47, it says, when the branches bow heavy, it's time to gather and give thanks. It means that there's so much fruit on the trees that it's bending the branches. It's time to give thanks. So here's that gratitude energy that I was just talking about, right? So the invocation is I receive these gifts with open hands and plant new seeds in their honor. The orchard's bounty arrives as a sign of abundance, seems ripe for the taking. Like a fruit laden orchard in late summer, this card invites you to recognize the fullness of your life in resources, relationships, creativity, or spirit. It reminds you that abundance is a natural cycle, a dance between growth and harvest. So, this card calls you to receive with gratitude and humility, to honor the work that led to this moment, and to share your plenty with generosity. True fortune is not measured by accumulation, but by the flow of giving and receiving. The orchard does not hoard its fruit, it offers freely, inviting life to continue thriving. You're encouraged to celebrate your blessings, trust in the cycles of nature, and remember that your gratitude will nourish future growth. The shadow energy of the card, it could be fear of losing what you have gained, holding tightly to resources out of scarcity mindset, guilt or shame around receiving, and disconnection from the flow of generosity. You got 4 reflection questions. What blessings am I overlooking? How can I receive with more grace and openness? In what ways can I share my abundance to support others? And am I trusting the natural cycles of give and take in my life? Beautiful. And that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings for the first one here. And let's take a look here. I think we have here. Hey, Deidre Plant. Hey, Queen. I did get your donation that came through, so we'll add you to the donation list. And then Anna, thank you for your donation. We'll add you right after hers there. And let me take a look here. Deidre. Okay, very good. So I don't see a question on your Venmo there, Deidre. So of course you can post that when you're ready. You actually will be up next after this next one with Maria. So if you put it out there, you'll be up next. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And I don't think anyone else came in. No. All right. So Maria, for number 2, you've got 122.53 is for this one. All right. And let's get into that. PayPal here. Zoom, zoom, zoom. There we go. All right. So you'd like to know Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today after you talked, and then on your work. A message from Wally. What's coming for you at work next week? The ladies around you working and a guy were they gossiping about? Was it about you? And then a message from Spirit to you. It's funny because you've been getting messages about, the mending the bridges between the girls and you, right? So it's funny that it's bubbling up this, are they talking about me? All right. So Dr. Bob's thoughts on you today after you talked. Yeah, we got this temperance energy, patience energy. This is this, wonderful that there's been this alchemy. They've seen you growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And that's what happens with this. It's alchemy. It's you've been changing and changing and changing and evolving and evolving. And after your talk today, they were like, you really have come such a long way from when they first met you, they feel. I like that. On your work, yeah, got the Queen of Swords, a beautiful balance between head and heart coming in here. So I like that. It's a positive energy. Again, that you've really been able to balance. And I feel like that's where some of the growth that they've seen for you is you always were able to do the work, right? But it's how you do the work and how you interact with other people, that's really evolved and changed, and how you're interacting with, you know, pissy customers, you know, other people and they're upset. You've changed. Instead of reacting, you're more balanced in your responses. And I feel like that's, a big thing you recognized in your work too. A message from Wally. You got the Four of Wands and the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, he said that someday, we have the marriage card here with the Four of Wands and the Age of Pentacle. I mean, the Ace of Pentacles. Just talk about this, opportunity, you know, um, in the future. And it's interesting because he knows. I feel like he knows that you want to get married again someday. And I feel like his message would be that even though I feel like they kind of told themselves that they were not gonna get married, um, because I don't know if they're married to the baby mama still or not. I know they've been separated emotionally, physically, like, sexually anyway. I think, they still live in the same place, but I feel like they had that energy of, "Oh, I'm never gonna get married again." But I feel like they're like, "I would get married again to you." Wow, so I like that. What's coming for you at work next week? Yeah, peace of mind. So some stuff that's been on your head and this worrying that you've been going on in your head and a lot of questioning, there's a lot of resolution that comes in for it next week. Your mind feels very peaceful and at ease instead of expectations and fears and all that. It feels very calm energy. So we like that. The ladies around you working in a guy, were they gossiping? What were they gossiping about? Was it about you? No, I got the chariot card. This is a victory card, a mother, nurturing energy here. This doesn't feel like it's about you. This feels like they're talking about a lot of other actions, a lot of other stuff that's been going on, but I don't feel like this was centered around you here. This feels more. I just feel like there was so much because this chariot, they roll over all 4 nights. So people are talking about money and raises, other people are talking about, wands, different energy going on, action energy and, training and new information, and I feel like they were just all venting about everything and not so much, about, um, you know a person, more about, um well, I mean, they did talk about people, but not about people in the office. It feels like they were talking more about patience and everything like that. Oops. And then a message from spirit to you. Yep, you got the Knight of Swords. You're on this quest to be able to see things from this different perspective, and they're granting you this Ace of Swords. And this gives you the ability to question your stories and realize that in every moment, whatever is happening, let's say, and this wasn't happening, but let's say they were gossiping about you. This Knight of Swords and this gift of the Ace of Swords allows you to look at it and go, I'm the one that creates the story about what that means. It's like, oh, they're gossiping. Well, they're insecure and they're in fear and they're comparing. The only reason anyone gossips about us is if they're threatened by us. And so if it's like, oh, they're threatened by me, I'm not threatening, they're threatened by me. That's the story we could change it to if that's what was happening, right? So it wasn't, though, just to confirm, it wasn't. That's not what was going on. But this is the whole thing with spirit is going, you get to decide what everything means. And so question, when something rises up, this is your opportunity to go, what what is my fear? what's the trigger that's coming up and why and where's the origin of it? Because it will be something that happened long before you ever met them. This whatever the insecurity or fear is, it comes from there. So I feel like that's what spirit wants you to know. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one too. Yep, the spectral shadows. And it says, explore the spectral shadows, uncovering hidden truths and mysteries in the concealed realms. So I do feel like this is referring back to that, diving into understanding where this where the triggers are. Because if we keep reacting to repeating things over and over again, um, um, then it'll keep repeating until we question it, till we look at it, is what I feel is they're bringing in with that. So I like that for you, Maria. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. All righty. So let us continue on here. Let's see. We got Breath of Fresh Air. Hey, you're listening to the reading. Oh, yeah. Oh, your internet went out. You're very welcome. so, so glad that you're able to locate that with your timestamp. So, uh, great. You're very welcome. Thank you again so much. Appreciate that. All right. So we have Deidre Plant. You'll be up next. And then Anna, you'll be up after that for donations. If I don't have any other donations after that, we will be jumping into free readings. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Deidre, you are at 132 even. Look at that. So thank you for your donation via the Venmo. Appreciate that. And just a general reading, you lost 12 pounds since January. Congratulations. Boom, boom, boom. Definitely the hedge helped. I'm so glad. The thing with Parrish ended. Okay. Okay. Don't want to blame my old coach, but she basically got in your head about it all and told you that he wasn't doing enough. So he ended it. That's all right. Uh, if it's meant for you, it'll circle back around, right? So you're now opening up yourself for dating. There's this boy spirit wants me to try and take things slow. His name's Era. Oh, what a neat name. So maybe a card around him and just work if anything. All right, yeah, let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. Yeah, didn't we think that Parrish? Didn't I don't know if the cards we had on them before, it was like, I didn't know if that was going to turn out. I kind of feel that before, but let's see what's going on with Arrow here. I like that name. So tell us about Arrow. What can we know about them and any advice around this at all? What can we know? And then what about work? It's funny. Let's talk about work, baby. That's not the song, but that's what's coming through. All right. So let us scooch these. Feel like these are like this. All right. Well, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Emperor energy. You got this wonderful Aries energy coming up here, which March 20th, not too far away. But this is about a lot of clarity coming in for you, a lot of choices about what you're wanting, clearing the throne room of all the blah, 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 getting everything out of your head, right? You just talked about your coach getting in your head, but it's about, I'm clearing the throne room and it's quiet. Everyone can leave their opinions in that little box, all their information, all of their opinions in that box and close the door behind you on the way out. Now I get to sit and get out of my head and sink into my heart and go, what is it that I want? In that stillness and that quiet, you can make plans and then you can take action behind those plans. Right now, with Mercury being in retrograde, March 20th is actually when Mercury goes direct, I believe. So it's the planning of stuff now, but as soon as Mercury goes direct and we go into that Aries energy, because we're in Pisces, right? And it's all about reflection and looking at what our dream is, what do we want, and then bam, there's a lot of action that really starts around March 20th and thereafter. The further we get away from March 20th, the faster things speed up and things you can implement things very successfully and very things can go quickly among things. Let's talk about Arrow here first. I like that name. So we got the Eight of Cups. Yeah. So you're definitely walking away from people and emotions that don't serve you anymore, as well as they are as well. I feel like you both kind of had kind of this energy of walking away from that which doesn't serve. Um, so you're both kind of in that. You're not in rebound because I feel like both of you chose to end stuff because you guys are just like, no, I'm having my boundaries and I know what I deserve and what I don't. So I don't feel like you guys are in that, oh, I'm on the rebound and oh, you'll comfort me. My goldfish died. I need a new goldfish. You'll do. It's not that at all, right? This is like this energy that you guys have um, both chosen to walk away from things that didn't serve you and that were there, right? And we got this Page of Swords that's coming in here too, which does talk about, it feels like you guys' conversations are on a different level than other conversations that you've had with others before. I mean, you've had some really interesting connections with, you know, um, love interests in the past where you guys had some great communication. But there's something about Arrow here that just is like it's like at a different level, I feel, with this energy. And you got the Two of Pentacles coming into here too, which is this balancing energy um, that that is here. And again, and this kind of affirms for me the choice that was made. Both of you chose to leave someone um, behind because you just both realized they're not going to be able to go where you need to go. And I feel like you both did that, and you're both, it's like there's this choice that you guys made that was here. So I like that energy with them here. Let's see, you got three other cards. What else can we know about them here? We got the Nine of Wands. There's a little bit of an energetic block right now, but I feel like it's just to allow slowness. It's not a block because they're showing me it's not a wall, but it's there's whoops, as I smack my microphone, sorry. There's space in between the fence that allows things to flow through, but it's not allowing whoosh, because it's important for both of you to take your time and not rush. And so it's an important energy because they're telling me, when we rush into something and I can totally resonate with this. This is what I used to do. I used to like, I wanted to be mine was insecurity because I wanted to be so embedded in their life I could find out if they were cheating or if they were interested in anyone else, whatever. I wanted to be all in right away, right? But the thing with that, when we rush in to relationships, we miss the opportunity to calmly and efficiently deal with flags that come up. And it's not red flags. These are like any conflicts because we all have conflicts with everyone. All our thoughts and beliefs differ from person to person, right? But if we rush into something, then um, all of the conflicts all come due at the same time, right? Like there's 50 things you need to deal with instead of one at a time. One at a time, we can work through and not freak out. But when there's 50 to deal with all at once, That's a lot, and that just blows up, right? And so I feel like there's this important just allowing things to unfold and not rush into something. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the 4 of Cups. Yeah, because you guys don't want what you had before. The 4 of Cups is that boredom with what I've always had, doing what I've always done and getting what I've always got. It's like, no, I don't want that. You evolved your love energy. You drove in something else. You're like, "Oh, I still don't want that. Let's continue. I still don't want that." Da, da, da. You're like, "All right, we're getting warmer, right?" As you've been raising your love vibration. But this is this. I don't want what I've always had before. We're ready to take it. I'm going to take it slow. I'm going to get to know them. We're going to work through things as we're going and not rush and end up, dealing with, like I said, 50 things all at once. Yeah, I got the King of Cups. Very compatible energy. It's one of my compatibility cards. It's because it's a balance between the heart and the mind. So I do feel like they are someone that can, again, this intelligence and this great conversations that they can have. They can express their emotions, but they're not so much in their head. They don't know what an emotion is, and they're not so emotional that they're unstable. They're a great balance, and so this is like a nice compatible energy um, for you based on those cards. All right, so that's Arrow. I like them. All right, and then work. Right. So let's see here. Wow, you got the Sun card coming in here. So got this abundance energy that's headed your way, this bright, bright array of beautiful sun energy. There is clarity coming in for you as well with the sun card showing you um some things to let go of that don't serve anymore. Kind of like the relationships. You're cleaning house, spring cleaning, right? You're going, okay, what's not working for me? I'm doing that. Revamping your website a little more, um, and this feels like inspiration of bringing in something new too. Let's see what this is about. What else do we have here? Yeah, we got the 10 of Swords, letting go of some expectations, getting out of your head and into your heart. Again, like we talked about with the Emperor, there is this, well, this is what I should do, supposed to do, need to. But as you step out and clear the throne room and you sit with your heart, you're like, what is it that I wanna share? What is it what kind of impact do I want? How do I wanna help people? Where do I feel people need the most help and would, want the most assistance? And I feel like you just get these messages of new things to offer in new ways. So, I like this. Yep, you got the Moon card. So I do feel here there's a lot of this emotional energy again coming in that helps you create the web that you're creating here. Feel like there's some online things that you're going to create with the web is really standing out to me here. So I feel like that's something that you might be contemplating to get up and make it an option. Something online, maybe some a training course or something like that. But I feel like it has to do with emotional transformation energy with the moon coming in. Yeah, I don't feel anything else with that, but it is cycles. It is this full moon. There's this release energy with all this. We've had the solar eclipse and now the lunar eclipse. There is this release energy of this Virgo full moon that we just had. So it's what am I ready to let go of to make space for something that is exciting for me to do, my heart to do. Yeah, you got the 10 of Wands along with the moon, which is endings and beginnings energy, right? Something that felt like a burden, now you're letting go to give space to something that feels like abundance. So there is that what feels like a burden in your work, and you get to look at why does it feel like a burden? Is it a belief that I can let go of? Or is it really just not cost benefit analysis? It's not the burden isn't worth what it's bringing in. I'm going to just let it go. And I'm going to replace it with something else that I'm excited about. Again, you have the temperance, so it will unfold. I like this alchemy energy Even when it doesn't feel like things are happening and growing, you can trust that they're unfolding perfectly. And, of course, with our energy, focusing as much as we can on gratitude, not on want and need and fears, because we just draw on things that match that. So it's a good reminder to, because it's our magic we're adding to the alchemy. And if I add lower vibration energy to alchemy, it slows the process down. If I add gratitude energy to the alchemy process, it actually speeds it up. I never had that before with that temperance card, but I love that. Which brings you to, yeah, fast action. It is the year of the fire horse. Out of nowhere, things really do take off here. And it just, a little bit of tweaking here, and buckle up, buttercup. Things are about to take off. So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is as well from the Oracle of the Rift Walkers. Let me just put these cards back in here. Maybe. Sorry, I'm trying to grab them, but they're slippery. I love this deck, though. The Grim Tales Tarot. All right, there we go. And let's see what your oracle is. Oracle of the Rift Walker. What else for Queen? All right, I feel like it's this one right here. And you have the Burial Mound. Card 19. Yep. What are you leaving behind? What is buried is not forgotten. It is made sacred. All right. Let's see what this brings in. So the invocation says, I lay it down in the earth with honor, not to erase, but to remember. What has ended is not lost. It becomes the soil for what comes next. Interesting. The burial mound is a card of closure, sacred endings, and ancestral reverence. It speaks to what has been laid to rest, whether a person, a belief, a phase of life, or a dream, and how honoring it creates space for deep transformation. This card invites you to acknowledge what is truly over and bless it as it returns to the earth. That's what we're talking about in your reading. Honor your grief, your dead, your past selves, not as ghosts, but as teachers. And understand that remembrance is different than attachment. To bury something properly is to give it back to the land, not as waste, but as nourishment for new growth. As cow manure, right? No. The shadow side of the card. In shadow, this card can reflect resistance to letting go or fully grieving, being haunted by the past because it was never honored, holding guilt or shame over something that needs sacred closure. So if any of that resonates for you, avoid rushing the process. Mourning is not weakness. It is the ritual of release. 3 reflection questions. What have I buried, and have I truly honored its passing? What grief still calls for recognition? And how can I transform remembrance into a reverence? Reverence. Sorry, rolled that R a little too much there. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that resonates for you right now. And so good to see you. Hope your little Bubba is doing good. Many blessings to you. Love you. All right, Jojo, thank you so much for your additional donation. I'll get you onto the list here. And we'll take a quick sip here. Anna will be up next, and then you'll be up after that. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Anna, you're up 149.25. There is your time stamp, and let's give your donation a love and a like here. Hello again. Thank you again for giving me the update on it. I love that. I always loved talking to you so clearly. And I was like, I remember doing the reading too because I was like, "It feels like, it's a loved one. Are you sure your son doesn't have it?" And, it's like, "Well, he gave it back." But, I love that. It's like, I just appreciate the clarity that spirit loves talking to you. Alright, so for entertainment purposes only, thank you for that. Reading, please, on your surgery scheduled for Thursday. Anything you can pick up, please, please share. Will it resolve this, the spamming, I think spasming and pain issues, right? And any unexpected surprises, and will you stay overnight the day of surgery? You're staying overnight in a hotel the night before. All right. We'll take a look here. Overall, what do we see happening? All right. Let's dive in, see what we can find out here. Do one more little shuffle here. All righty. Come on, mouse. There we go. So, hey, hello, hello. You know, they because you're a Gemini, you have twins. You're just, they're always talking to the other twin that you're not in, right? Why are you talking to them so clearly? Talk to me clearly. You're so funny. All right. So, just first of all, uh, what can we know about it overall? Yeah, no problem. Oh, on TV, big TV. All right. So let's see. Overall, what do they want you to know about the surgery here? What can we know? Let's see. Do you want this one here too? Below the surface and below the surface. Okay, so we got that overall. Okay, so anything, will it resolve the spamming and pain issues? All right. So not spamming, spasming and pain issues. We'll ask those. Any unexpected prizes? Well, uh, if I pull cards on it, it won't be unexpected anymore. All right, let's see here. Any surprises? Is there anything that is unfolding here? Let's see what they have to say about that. And then, will you stay overnight the day of surgery? All right, so we got that here. Yeah, spasms. I saw the spamming, and I'm like, they have a little button for that. But we got the bottom of the deck, you got the Emperor card, which is a great reminder that, you are the emperor of your life, right? Um, Whatever you choose to focus your energy on and whatever you decide is what unfolds and what you draw in. So there's so much about, this is going to be based on your current energies, but I love that we're the ones every moment making decisions that draw different things into our life. And it's like we're super pro surfers riding these amazing waves, and whatever we choose to do, if we wipe out, it's all right. We get back up and we're back on the wave again, and how much we spend tumbling in the waves is up to us, and how long we stay on the upper wave is up to us, and there's no right or wrong. It's all an adventure. It's not a competition. I guess we're not pro, we're just really good surfers because professional means like competition. There's no competition. We're just enjoying it. So I love that powerful energy that's below the surface. Let's start your questions and work backwards. Um, so are you gonna stay overnight at the hotel the night before? I mean, the night after? Got the 7 of Pentacles, which is it's an interesting energy because I'm getting like, um, it's that change energy. It's like, well, the fruit isn't what we want, like we thought it would be. So we're choosing, like a that's the Seven of Pentacles, meaning there's I do feel like you do stay overnight one night because I feel like there's a little more extra that they do that they're not planning, or not that they're not planning, but that they didn't see in, like, the X-rays or whatever, scans or whatever. I feel like they're gonna do something a little extra in there, and they're just like, "Let's just keep you overnight, just to make sure." So I do feel based on current energies, it does feel like they're gonna keep you over one night, um, just to make sure, because they did a lot and they want that, right? Right, overnight in the hospital. Yep, exactly. Okay. So, yeah, because I said they're gonna keep you. They're not saying, "Get out and stay overnight at the hotel." They wanna keep an eye on you. Alright. Let's see if this is okay, and any unexpected surprises, this is this next one. Um, yeah, but, with the Eight of Pentacles, there's some blood, some sweat, the tears. I feel like they're kind of what I was just talking about, but it's good for you. The Nine of Cups is a blessing energy. It's a dream come true energy. Um, and yeah, because you get to stay overnight in the hospital. That's a blessing in disguise, right? But I do feel like they have to do a little more work with that Eight of Pentacles, put in a little more blood, sweat, tears. And because of what they did, what they needed to do, um, that's why they wanna keep you, so I feel like that's the unexpected, but it's not like a, "Oh my god," kinda thing. It's the, if we're in there and we see something else, we're gonna take care of it. And so, yeah, so they're gonna be like, "So, you know, while we're there, we're gonna do this," and so I feel like it's extended, the surgery is extended a little longer, and because of that, they're like, "Well, we're just gonna keep you overnight because we wanna make sure, everything, is all attached correctly again." That's funny. Whatever that means. They had to detach something to reattach it. Um, I'm not a medical professional, obviously, but I feel like that's what's going on, but nothing but Nine of Cups, happy, happy, joy, joy, you're like, "Thank God," right? So, I like that. Let's see here. What was that? Yeah, so and this was, is it going to resolve the spasming? We have the Seven of Swords, and then the pain issues, we have the Five of Swords. So, the conflicts that are here, the Five of Swords and the Seven of Swords, both of those are conflicting energy. And I feel like they're saying here that they get to the cause of the conflicts that are going on with the spasming. They see the culprit. The Seven of Swords is, and both of these swords are, awareness and clarity, right? It's the information. They see what the conflict is, the conflict in your body. So I do feel like this does resolve the conflicts, both the five and the seven, that are coming in here. Yeah. So I like that for you. And then we were gonna, what else do we pick up here? So that's why we're reversing going here. And then what else here do you need to know overall around this? So up first, we have the Six of Cups. I like this energy of the Six of Cups because immediately I got, you're gonna feel like a kid again, and I like that. You're not gonna feel like an old lady or an old man. You're gonna feel like a child again. I feel like this is such a giddy, fun, like, "Wow, I'm gonna be able to do things that I didn't do before." They're reminding me, my host, she had the back surgery, and she's doing so good, and um, she's like she's able to do things that she hasn't been able to do, um, because they discovered that her pelvis was shifted forward since birth. They corrected that, and feels taller, and she's able to do stuff. She's learning to walk differently because she goes, "I don't walk the same because I'm upright," and I feel like this is kind of like a child. You're learning to feel, like, without pain, and so I like that. I like that energy. You also have the Hermit and the Three of Wands. I like this energy. The Hermit card is Virgo energy, and, which is it's the energy of the body and health, that's coming in with that, and the Three of Wands too, which is I like this, um, that it's like it's a change of direction for you. You know, here is this symbol of death, right? And I like this change of direction regarding your health because and I'm sure you're okay with me saying this, otherwise they wouldn't be telling me it, but, sometimes we can be in so much pain that sometimes we just think, "Just get me out of here, just let me die," because I'm tired of feeling this way, "Just take me, please," especially in those moments when we're, you know in so much pain that we're just like, "I just want it to end some way, somehow, and if you can't fix this, and take me," kind of energy, but this is a change of direction, and I love that for you here. Yeah, you got the Chariot, underneath the surface here, how fast you recover and, um, how everything how easy it goes or how hard it goes is up to you. Again, we're going back to the Emperor energy. But the Chariot card is all the power of choice energy, right? It's about I get to choose the story, I get to choose my emotions, I get to choose my energy, I get to choose my physical actions. And um and of course that lovely Gemini energy you have of the emotional choice energy of the Lovers card too is, very prominent with your Gemini is I get to choose higher vibration or lower vibration, higher vibration, lower vibration in stories, emotions, energy, and actions. That all determines how fast it happens. And of course, you're going to do the things that you do, right? Yeah, exactly. I get it. I get it there for sure, Anna. And this is a movement energy. The Chariot card is a victory energy. So I feel like you have a victory through all of this. It feels very positive, but there's so much of how fast it you recover, how smooth everything flows is getting out of our, head of expectations and get into our beautiful energy of gratitude and joy and laughter, and because that all helps things run smoothly and recovery happen fast as well. Below that, yeah, Page of Cups, happy, happy, happy energy with the Page of Cups and the Chariot card underneath the surface here. Just feels like this is going to be a huge transformative transformation. It's going to be the thing, and even under the Emperor, you have the Four of Wands, which is joyful celebration energy too. So I like this. See what your fortune cookie brings in too. Hey, happy pill. Not yet. I haven't started any free readings yet, and you were pretty down the list there. So it's gonna be a while. But I do post a pinned comment after, the, uh, the session and list everyone's names with timestamps, so, if you need to go run and do things, I get it, but, I haven't got to you yet. I like the positive attitude, though. Right on, let's see what else here they have you here for your fortune cookie. Right, this is the one. And you've got, yeah, Strike the Flint, card number 30, which says, "The spark exists within the stone, but you must strike." It's your action energy again with the Emperor and the Chariot. Let's see what this brings in here for you. So the invocation says, "Do not wait for the fire to come. I am the friction that calls the flame into being. I was not made to lie quiet in the dark. I was made to ignite." Action, fire energy. So it says strike the flint is the card of creative initiation, the moment before the flame, the act of choosing to begin. There's that choice energy. It reminds you that inspiration is not always delivered explosively. Sometimes it must be summoned. This is the sacred friction where thought meets action, where the unseen becomes seen through your own bold motion. It's not about perfection, not about plans. It's about the will to try, to risk, to start before you're ready. When this card appears, it calls you to act. Write the first word, say yes, break the silence, strike the flint, and let it burn. The shadow energy of the card, it's about waiting too long for the perfect moment. There go, let go of the expectations, right? I'm getting out of my head and I'm choosing the energy I want to experience. The shadow is about abandoning your creative instincts out of fear, smothering sparks with self doubt, ignoring the call to begin something new, and getting stuck in the planning phase instead of moving. You may feel blocked, but the truth is the flint is in your hand. You are the one holding the spark back. So this card asks, what would happen if you simply started? Your reflection questions, what idea has been knocking but left unlit? Where am I waiting for permission to begin? What happens if I trade fear for friction? Whoa. Oh, is this your wands energy? You're like, love is next. Boom, boom. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. And you said your surgery's on Thursday. Oh, I was like, where's my calendar? Here, I'll just write it down on here. We'll make sure we send you some energy for your surgery on surgery. So many blessings, my dear. All righty. Let's see here. Do we have anyone else here? No. Okay. So, Jojo for number 2, we got 20801 for you here. Yes, we do know how you love the wands energy. All right. Thank you, Jojo, for the popcorn. And you want a fun tea read, please, to balance that great deep reading, right? Like some spirit saying hi, some spirit that's been around you lately, or other fun tea coming up. You accidentally colored your hair jet black, thought it was going to be like natural black. Oh, nice. So you're took on the persona of a goth chick, huh? Yes. Love you too, Anna. All right, let's take a sip here, Jojo. Let's see what spirit has here for you. So what spirit's been hanging around you? What message do they have here for you? All right. So a fun tea. What do we have? Get this to this. All right. Yeah. Here's you in your black hair turned into a giant spider. There's a nice fashion opportunity if you want to make your hair look like a spider. But you do have this Queen of Pentacles energy, your underlying energy here. So this is a nurturing energy. Oh, okay. I was like, Who would wear a spider hat? And then your fairy godmother popped in. Hello. So, guess who is visiting? They're like, "You want some tea? You want an entertaining reading? Here I am." So, your fairy godmother hath arrived on cue, of course, they wouldn't miss their cue, with a message for you. So, let's see what we got here. Yeah, of course, they're gonna bring in talking about your calling, with the judgment card and the music, playing the flute or the horn here, and the 3 of swords, the expectations equal disappointment, and the fear of failing, the fear of disappointment, and they're just bringing that up, going, "You're not alone, that's what everyone goes through." Really, everyone in every dream that anyone has, that we fear failing, but this wonderful, you know, awareness around this is, well, one, they're like half the things we worry about never ever happen. More than half. 90% of what, happens, um, doesn't happen. Um, but there's this it's an energy of, that things don't unfold the way we want them to. Maybe not. I feel like fear of failing might be like an extreme, but it's them. It's your fairy godmother. They're going to go extreme, right? You fear succeeding perfectly by your own standards, right? But this is the expectations of how things are supposed to unfold, and, what if this doesn't happen? What if that doesn't happen? It's a lot about worrying about how things are supposed to go and should go and need to go and must go and have to go, that's where all the failing comes in because, we all those expectations equal disappointment, and expectations suck the life out of a dream instead of living the dream. So they're kind of like, let that go. Because at the root underneath, there is this fear. We have this fear that's in here. Um, yeah. Because worrying is fear. We worry because we fear. So there is fear underneath it. Um, Fear of not being chosen, not being good enough. It's a fail energy, but, it takes different forms, and the form of a spider, um, you know, that's funny. Arachnophobia. But, I feel like they're just saying that when you're living your dream, it's it's okay to have worry because that means you care about it, but don't let the worry be 100%, 90%, 80% of your energy. Let it be 10, 20%. You can worry, but have more fun than worry, because the stuff like you said, the stuff we worry about, hardly ever never comes to pass, and we can do that, right? Productive worry. What else do they want you to know here? Yeah, you got the chariot card. You got this movement, this victory energy, this power of choice energy. And I like that because they're like, where all our worry comes from is a lot of what will other people think. And they're like, realize it now, you have to face that, you will face it over and over and over and over again, especially as you become more in the public eye. There's a lot of people with their opinions, a lot of critics, a lot of people that say he's saying say shit. And it's like, it's what it is. It's shit. You're like, "That's okay. That's an opinion. Everyone it's like assholes. Everyone has one." He's he's so he's so bold. I'm like, "I don't wanna use these words." He goes, "You will use my words. You will use these words." And I'm like, "Alright." Just don't get me banned on YouTube. But he is, it's like you get to choose. You get to choose your story. You get to choose how you feel. You get to choose your energy. You get to choose your actions, and you can't control anyone else. And so don't try, because you can't. Don't worry about them. The more you are true to your authenticity, it's, the more other people, um, are more true to themselves and they act from a place of authenticity instead of, from a place of fear. Because if we're acting from a place of fear, then other people will, also react from fear from it, the energy. It's like the more accepting we are of ourselves, the more people accept us. The less accepting of myself I am, the less accepting other people are. So it's this great energy. I just feel like they're wanting you to know. And, and I like this. And your cat is waiting. He goes, yes, you have a black cat waiting, but you got to get the move on. This is movement energy, the chariot, all four horses, right? All four knights. They're like, come on, let's load up the horses. Let's move it, move it, move it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This delaying things because you don't want to make a wrong choice. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Snap, snap. Yeah, let the expectations go. It's time for you to create. You know, this is below the chariot card, which is so perfect. The Ten of Swords. The supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be. It has to be perfect. It has to be this. It has to be that. They're like, screw that. The Empress. You're born to create. And again, your black cat is waiting for you. I'm holding him hostage. If you want to see your black cat alive, you better get a move on. Of course, he's holding and petting your cat at the same time while he's saying that. Because he would never hurt a black cat. But they're luring you into this location. If do you need two black cats to lure you? Let's go. So I like this energy. I feel like there's a lot of closure coming in here for you where you're at to allow it an easier transition and an easier movement too. But don't make me blast you out of your cocoon. You got the Tower card. He's like, yes, I am threatening you. But of course he's joking because he would never do anything that's against your will. But they're saying here you got this transformation and this movement, and eventually things will start burning down around you to get you to leave the house, to get you to leave and go to this new place. They're like, and it's funny because your fairy godmother is um, not a literal fire unless you make me, but they're you know, um, showing that there's a countdown. There is this fated that it is fated for you to move to a different location. The location itself is not fated, but movement away from where you're at is fated, that you have it in your plan before you came down here that I'm going to move. And there's a countdown, which you probably feel it tick, tick, tick to the lightning bolt hitting to blow you out of that, to have you move somewhere else. But there is a countdown for the transformation that's coming for you to move. And I like this. You do feel it, right? Yeah. And below those two, you do have the Emperor energy. So of course the Emperor, I think we've had that before. It's you that, it's getting out of your head and clearing the throne room and, getting into, your um into that silence, into your heart, and then you decide what you want to do. Even the King of Wands under the Queen of Pentacles too, which both of those, King of Wands and the Emperor, are about taking action and having this movement and deciding to make this change. But you get to decide where. That's what that is saying there, right? Yeah, it is. Do as many heart meditations as you can. Google it, whatever we can, right? But I like that for you. So sassiness achieved. He's showing me from Harry Potter. Mischief managed. Psh. Don't make me burn down your house. Don't make me hold your black cat hostage. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we got Mystic Monsoons. Beautiful energy, which says, embrace the mystic monsoons where emotional rains bring forth healing and renewal. So, yeah, there's this part of this transformation energy that's here. But I like this flood that comes in, and it is the emotional energy of movement forward. So, I do like that for you. So, that is what they got for you, my dear. And thank you, fairy godmother, for visiting. I love that. Mischief managed. All right. So, oh, thank you so much, Deidre. I got your tip here. Thank you so much. I really am grateful for that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. The tea has been spilt. And luckily, it wasn't on our laps. All right. So, cheers, cheers, my friend. Rest well, sleep well, if you are going to sleep. I do feel like you're, especially as we get closer to the spring equinox, I feel like you're going to get that um, the clarity here coming up. So I feel like in the next couple weeks, you're going to get a lot of clarity around where your heart wants you to go because that fire horse energy is kicking in, right? Cheers, cheers. All right. That's it for the coffee. We'll bring the water out here now. All right. So that is it for the donations. Your oomph back. All right. So we will begin free readings now. And let me get these all ready here. So the order I got Use Your PC, Aditi Minihil, Touch of Love, Rose Crump, Musical Beer, Blueberry, Little Cherry Blossom, Andrea 54 Hector, Livier Vagara, Heaven Rare Gem, Ateshi Singh, Brenda Globy, Maria P, and then Happy Pill. Oh my gosh, Happy Pill. You're at the very end. You're like, am I making it just in time for my oh man. All right. So that's where we're at right now. And so we will jump into these. And was there something I was going to say? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. But let's shuffle up and we'll dive in here. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. It does something that everyone can do that's free. It's a perfect price, right? To show me some love, my channel some love. It shows me that you're enjoying your readings and the free readings too. It does help out my channel. It helps me get in front of other people. So you're part of that love tsunami. So thank you guys for doing that. All right, user PC, you are up to 2335 is for our first free reading here. And you'd like a general read. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know at this moment? So I do want that one. I don't want any of those. This is it here. Okay. Well, you have the Queen of Wands and the 10 of Cups. You know, this is an interesting energy that's coming in. The Queen of Wands is very much, I mean, she's got a great connection to the spirit world, but behind the scenes, she also has an emotional, empathic connection to the spirit world. So not just of this kind of energy, but this emotional energy is a big piece of it here. Uh-oh. All right. It was spinning, so I wanted to make sure that we heard everything. So, hopefully it was just my side and not everyone, but, um, there is this Queen of Wands energy, just in case, user PC. This Queen of Wands is about connecting to the spirit world and this empathic connection to the spirit world too. And the Ten of Cups is all this emotional energy. And I feel like this message is really focusing in on, I would say, like an expansion or an upgrade or a download. More of an upgrade, it feels like, in your empathic abilities. And I feel like there is this, especially this with this unicorn, I'm getting this. It's related to the year of the fire horse energy. There's like this expansion of your spiritual gift, and your empathic abilities, which I feel like you already are well aware of and using, but I feel like it just goes to a whole new expansion. Again, you're getting like an upgrade. It's, empathic abilities. I already feel like you went to 2.0. This is like 3.0. And you're like, whoa. But I love this, um, clarity that comes in around this, because you're realizing through this, what is other people's emotions, what is the emotion you're feeling in the moment, what emotion is your inner child, emotional inner child, recognizing, ooh, we got that emotion too, and bringing it up, and what is past life emotions. So there's like four different areas of emotions that are flowing through you, and it's almost like you're tagging it, and you're realizing it. um I don't know if you saw the series Discovery of Witches, but there's a place in it where she's weaving the earth elements, the 4 elements, and they're showing me like you're doing that with all these different emotions, though. You're using emotional energy to transmute, like helping transmute the energy, emotional energy around you, and you're pushing higher vibrational energy, emotional energy out that helps change the weather. You can't control other people's emotions, right? But you can make it easier or harder for what people choose by the energy, the emotional energy that you're pushing out. So I love that for you. In fact, I have a couple videos. I think, let me see, did I keep them over here? Yes. There's some old episodes. I'll throw them out here in the chat. It's episode 9, episode 10, The Empathic Bubble, and The Real Gift of an Empath. You might already know these things, but just in case, I'll throw them in there, and I'll throw them underneath your name in the uh, pinned comment when I finish the stream as well, just in case. But I love that for you. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Aditi. You are up. So we got 228 even is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And thank you again for saying that you love the vibe here and you're going to be hanging here on a regular basis from now on. Hey, you're here. Hey, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. That was very kind of you to say, and I'm grateful to have you here. Your love energy feeding into our vibe as well. So we want to know what's coming in for your life overall. So let's take a look here. What's coming in that Spirit wants to know? Looks like you get 3 cards, 2 in 1. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, there's this balancing energy definitely with the Justice card and the King of Cups, balancing between your head and your heart. And it has to do with here with the relationships too, with the Libra energy that rules over the house of relationship. That's what this other card is bringing in here. Yeah, it has to do with this fear of heartbreak, of expectations, not being met, and feeling disappointed. And I like this awareness because, in fact, I think I have one over here too. Yeah. I have it right here. I'll throw it out here as well. It's about it's a episode about heartbreak, and I'll throw it here because it does talk about the illusion of heartbreak, and I'll throw it under your name here too, um, for the pinned comment if you ever want to come back to it. But Because I know when Spirit told me, heartbreak is not real, and I'm like, "Well, then explain what that was, that those times I felt it," like it was, your like swords or like in this case, pins stuck in the heart there. But, it's realizing Spirit calmly and patiently stepped me through it. They were like, "It's the pain is real, but it's not your heart breaking. Your heart is too powerful to be broken." And I talk about in that video about how, it's the prick in our heart is our heart going into fight or flight mode. It's fear being activated from an emotional monster. But they, reminded me when my older brother and I used to scare each other half to death, as brothers do or siblings do. And, so there is this energy of, um, you know, realizing that heartbreak, if I fear that I'm gonna be heartbroken, I draw in opportunities to feel that energy. But then you realize it's a fear, and whatever emotional monster is at the root of this fear being ignited, some sort of belief that I'm not going to be lovable, I'll never find love again. What are people going to think? All the blah, blah, blah. But check out that video. It'll go more deeply into that specific facing the heartbreak, because I feel like the big message here for you regarding, what's coming in is this balance between your head and your heart. These fears balance out, and when we have that balanced energy, when we have clarity around relationship, then, we'll draw in the the love that we're ready for. Like you say, "I hope new love finds you soon." I don't I don't know if you want that, right? And they're like, "No, I do." But if we keep doing what we've always done, we're gonna end up getting what we always have gotten, right? So it's like I don't want love to come to me soon. I want love to come to me when I have higher love vibration, because I don't wanna find love when I'm in lower vibration, because I draw in lower vibration relationships that reflect that. So if I have fear and I have expectations and I'm out of balance in how I'm looking at relationships, because I'm kind of we all are overloaded on the lower vibrational side of the scale, because growing up, we're given a ton of small t truths rooted in fear around relationships about what they're supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be. And oh my God, if it doesn't happen, it means this and this. There's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of heaviness that's loaded on that side of the scale, and we're not given higher, um, awareness around what a relationship should be, or we're given a lot of what it should be, but Spirit tells us the truth of what a relationship is, and, then as we learn this higher ways of looking at love, then the scales start going this way. Then we start questioning some of these old beliefs that aren't true. We transmute it into higher wisdom. So we take something off of here and then you put it on here, and it even moves faster. So there is this balancing energy. And I feel like this is what they're bringing in right now. And I feel like you're kind of on a sabbatical. Like you're in this hold, as far as it's like I feel like love is slowed down, like relationship love is slowed down because they don't want this stuff to come in fast. They're slowing down the lower vibration coming, giving you an opportunity to raise your vibration. Then these lower vibrational things drift away, and then you start drawing in things that are at this vibration. So there's a little bit of a pause to give you that opportunity to raise that self-love, that self-worth, and like you said, you're working on raising your love vibration, then you'll draw in something that matches that, which is, what you're wanting, not So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Alrighty. Let's see here. I think I just got a donation that popped in here. Oh, just because. Thank you so much, Michelle. I am so grateful. I don't often get tips and donations just because. So thank you so much for that. I'm so grateful. Um, and of course, if you do have a question, please let me know. I would love to do a reading for you if you have any. So thank you so much. All right, you're very welcome, Aditi. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Up next, we do have Miniheel. You're 235:10. So let's see. Here's your timestamp. And like a general reading for you, what does the universe want to tell you right now? All right. I got this message of you are the universe. You are part of me and I am part of you. I like that someone mentioned before, we are made of stardust. We are part of the universe. This body is part of the universe, this physical body too. But I love that. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, there is a little bit of energy here. The Knight of Pentacles is like the knight who's on a quest. Well, every knight is on a quest. This Knight of Pentacles, of course, is on the quest for the Ace of Pentacles, which is a way of looking at your worth and your self-worth. And I love that you got the Magician along with it, because the Magician has this realization that they've got everything they need within them already. This is like our higher self reflecting itself into this world. Usually they have like the magician has a magic wand to the heavens in one hand, to the ground, meaning they're the conduit from which the higher realm, our higher self, brings that love that it is into the world in its own special, unique way. And I feel like it's amazing that they started off telling you that you are part of the universe. There are no extra puzzle pieces. The universe would be incomplete without you in it. You are an important piece of the universe. You're an important piece of the collective of humanity, of the higher collective of what we're of as well. And I really do love this kind of journey that you're on, discovering and remembering who you really are. You're burning away that which is not you, and you're discovering how empowered you are. And with this magician card too, there is this energy of, you know, realizing you're not someone who's been kidnapped and you're in the back of a trunk and someone's, you know, driving you somewhere and drawing you somewhere and you're just along for the ride. No, you're the bus driver of the party bus that is your life. You're driving, creator is your co-pilot next to you, handling the radio and the air conditioning and heating and whatever energy you're focusing on, they're putting into the GPS and that's guiding, the bus and all of your spiritual posse are all the puppies in the back of the bus that are excited just to go for a ride. They're just excited. They don't care where you go. And there is no wrong way, but it's up to you where you're guiding and what you're doing, right? Yeah. And confusion, kind of comes in with fear. And so there is this clarity when you realize, wait a minute, I'm the one in control, right? I'm the one creating my story, creating my emotions, creating my energy, creating my actions, let go of control of everything outside of you, confusion kind of dissipates, right? Because there is this, realization that I can't control any of that. And when I try to control over that, that's when we are confused. I think it's Byron Katie that says this. She's got a great YouTube channel and great website called thework.com, just THEWORK.com. But she talks about how, when I'm at peace when I'm in my business, right? Focusing on what stories am I creating? What emotions am I choosing? What energy am I putting out and drawing to me? What actions am I taking? When we're focused in on our business, we feel good. When we're in other people's business, we feel out of control, and that's when all hell breaks loose. So I like this, energy that's coming in here, um, of this, stepping into your power, stepping into the knowledge and remembering a little bit more and more and more every day of who you are, and that you let everyone else control their laboratories. You're a mad little scientist in your own little mad scientist laboratory doing your own mad scientist experiments, and you can bring it back to you. So I like that for you, right? So that's what they have for you, Minnie Hill. Many blessings to you. Hey, Nelia, good to see you. I'm in the middle of doing my 30 minutes of free readings. So as soon as I've done 30 minutes worth, I'll jump to you. You'll be up after that. You'll be up first. Good to see you. All righty. You're very welcome, Minnie. All right. Okay. And then we got Touch O Love 24037 here. So Touch O Love, you want to know, can you tell when love will come towards you? Yeah, well, we got this little when deck here with a bunch of tarot. Well, there's a tarot and some other when cards that combined them together. So let's see what comes in here for you. Based on current energies, when is love headed your way? Right. Do you want this one and this one and this one? All right, let's see what we got here. All right. I like this. It's always a range, and I kind of felt that it can be as early as next month or as late as October. And yeah, and you've got here the moon. I like this moon energy coming in here because it actually does have February 19th to March 20th, which is like right now. But I feel like that's why they wanted to give you this range of these first, because the moon card is about phases. It is about illusion and confusion and secrets and emotions that, are bubbling below the surface. And, we talk about ranges of when love would come in is rooted in when our heart is ready for love. And I feel like they're saying here, because you got a lot of emotions that are pushed down and kind of below the surface, and if I have these emotions that are charged and that I'm keeping pushed down, that takes emotional energy. Also, emotional energy invested in relationships with other people where you're giving 70, 80, 90% consistently and someone else is giving you 10, 20, 30% consistently. There's your output of emotional energy is making your emotional bank almost overdrawn, right? And it gets to this, place of emotional checks are going to start bouncing, but our heart doesn't allow us to invest in things when it doesn't have the emotional capital in the bank, its emotional bank to extend to it. So it's like, I want love to come. It's like denied, budget denied until we have more available. So it's like how soon it comes towards you, whether it's next month or anywhere between then and the end of October, you, if you release, stop investing energy in relationships, if it's like a child, adult child or whatever, and you're like, well, I'll bring it back to 50%, you're still getting 10, 20, 30% back that you're overgiving, overgiving, overgiving. And some of you might be like, that friend is, I'm the one that's keeping this relationship alive, and I'm just going to back off. I feel like it's time to let some people go, to back off on some things, to transform a lot of hidden emotions that you push down. And as you do that, all that emotional energy comes back, and then that's what allows the relationship to come your way. So that is what they have for you, Touch of Love. So many blessings to you. All right. Thank you, Nelia, for being so understanding. And we'll grab your free readie here. I'll get you on the list here, too. Don't think anyone else came in, right? Yep, no. All right. So, up next, we've got Rose Crump. You are up to 44.51. So started at 2:23. So I got a few more to go here for my 30 minutes, and then I'll jump over there. So, Rose, all is well. I hope you're doing well. You'd like to get a message on finances. Let's take a look here. Based on current energy, what can we? Whoa, cards are flying out. See what we got here. Yeah, you got the Three of Wands and the Six of Wands. There is this victory energy regarding finances here with the Six of Wands. Three of Wands is about changing direction, and it's about doing something differently that allows finances to come in. Six of Wands is a victory energy. And I feel like the route that this is talking about, because when we talk about finances, the thing that we can do to help the universe is focus on gratitude for what we do have in finances and the wonderful experiences we've had in the past where we've loved and appreciated finances. Because when we do that, we open the conduit, we open up like the it's like there's a dam, right? And we open up the little whatever to let the water flow. I can't think of the word right now, but you open it up and it allows it to flow towards us. If I'm focusing on want and need and I'm afraid I'm not going to have enough, I actually am damming it up. I'm flowing it. It's making it harder to come toward me because the tide is going out. When I move into gratitude, it changes the tide and allows things to come in. So I feel like this is the thing is as much gratitude as you can, gratitude journal on your phone even or paper around, reminders everywhere. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude as much as we can because the outside world does suck us out into our fear and our want and our need and our supposed to and our should and blah, blah, blah. That makes it harder for it to come toward us. So anything we can do to help us remember, come back to this moment in gratitude for what I have and have had, because that's have energy, brings us more to have. If I focus on not have energy, which is I need more, I want more, I'm afraid I won't have, all that is don't have energy brings me more of don't have. And that's not what we're wanting, right? So a good awareness and a good kind of change of direction that allows it to come in easier for you. So that's what they have for you, Rose. So many blessings to you. Let's see, I started at 2:23, so that would be 2:53. So I got about 5 more minutes. So a couple more free readings. Then I'll jump back to donations. And if there's no other donations, I'll jump back to free readings. All right. Musical beer. You are up to 48:05. So musical beer. There's your timestamp and a general for next week. All right. Let's take a look here. And then with this one too. So you've got the 10 of Wands and the Devil card. There's a movement here at work. You got the Devil card, which is, it's Capricorn, Saturn energy. Capricorn rules over the 10th house of work. And that's with the energy that I felt with this one. Questioning some thoughts and some beliefs and some mindsets, changing a mindset with this 10 of Wands from burden to abundance brings in an ending and a beginning. It's focusing on what I love about my job or the jobs I have had, the things I'm grateful for regarding work. This 10 of Wands, because usually, they show someone here with 10 Wands and we can look at that as, oh, that's heavy to carry, or look how lucky you are to have so much blessing. And that's that change of perspective, that change of energy is what gets things spinning and changing. And it's like I'm kind of seeing like a drainage grate, and there's this storm has come and all this stuff has clogged up the drain, which makes it difficult for things to flow. So the water is flooded and it's waiting to, drain and get in there. But it's us removing these obstacles that we have that have been holding things back. So could be some emotional energy, some feeling like I wasn't appreciated for the job that I do. I've been bypassed for, promotions or raises, and other people took credit for my work, whatever, all these little things that, eventually clog up our flow. And this is about changing this, questioning the story, changing the story, releasing that allows flow to come in, especially around work with this energy. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. Musical beer. Many blessings to you. All right. Oops. I think I put my mouse in the right place. There we go. All right. Blueberry, you are up. So 250. 50. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know what's coming up for you regarding money. Money is a theme. I know it does have a lot to do with our lives, so I get it. So you got the Emperor and the High Priestess, two major arcana coming in here. So you definitely, this is about stepping back with this High Priestess. She goes up into our High Priestess temple to see things from a different perspective and to connect with spirit, look behind the veil, but dive deep into the emotional energy here. And we've got also the Emperor who, you know, the example spirit gives me is, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of fears, people expressing things that's very confusing. To the Emperor goes, whistles, whoosh, all right, everybody, calm down. I'm the Emperor. I'll make the decisions. Leave all your opinions and information in this little box on the by the door on your way out. Thank you. But now I'm going to make decisions. I'm going to get out of my head and into my heart, make a plan, then put action behind the plan. And I feel like, especially around finances, I feel like with money, there's something about getting clarity on where you're spending your money, your energy around money, which means, am I focusing on gratitude like we just talked about, with musical beer about, am I focusing in on what I do have and what I have had? Or am I focusing in on lack? Am I focusing in not having enough or fear of not having enough? And thus I'm expanding that experience instead of the one that I'm really wanting to invest my energy in. So I feel like there's a little bit of, you know, what are the things that I'm investing, where money is being going down the drain and where I can stop things, rebudget things, and then change my attitude around money. Because if I have this belief in lack and that the outside world is what brings me everything, I do fear not having enough, right? Because humans, when they freak out, they will abandon us. But when we realize, and I feel like there's this journey that you're on here that you really experience when you step away as this high priestess and kind of reflect on things, is that creator, the universe is what brings us our sustenance. Yeah, it comes through the shipping company of humans a lot of times, but behind it all is the creator, not humans, and they don't freak out, they don't flip out, they're dependable, they don't abandon, they don't leave us behind. I mean, when we realize I've had everything I've needed in my life up to this point, or I'd be dead right now, I can trust the creator, they're not gonna just bring us bread and water. They do want to bring us, um, you know, more because they love us so much, but they will always make sure we have enough for the moment. And when we can step into that trust, that's part of this kind of transformational energy. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Um, Great opportunities for this shift to happen quick and to change the flow of things. Um, but I like that for you. So I feel like that's what they have for you right now, Blueberry. Hopefully that helps, and many blessings to you. All right. So I think that was 223. We're at 254. So that is, if I subtract 54 minus 30, that is that. So I've done 30 minutes of free readings. I will return, and we do have a little list of free readings. So I will return to complete those out. But I do have a donation. So we are going to jump to the donation here. You're welcome, Blueberry. So, Nelia, thank you so much for your donation there. Let's put out your timestamp here. This is for that. And I like your Hey You sticker. So, thank you for that. And you want to know who is LeMay talking to on her headset all the time at work? Oh, is it work related or personal? What is she up to at work? Whatever spirit wants to say. All right. Hey, hello. Good to see you. I do have your free reading on the list too. So we'll eventually get around to that. Take a quick sip here. What's going on my ludicrous speed on free reading, so I didn't take a sip. Hold on. All right. So let's see here. Who is LeMay talking to on her headset at work all the time? Chug, chug, chug. And is it work related or personal? And what is she up to just at work? What do they have to say here? Yeah, I feel like we have this one and these two. These two. This one and this one underneath. All right. Hey, Ankita. Hello, hello. Good to see you. All right. So let us take a look here. Who is she talking to? Well, at the bottom of the deck here, we do have this world card, which is this. It's like there's this ending of a major cycle, the beginning of something new that's going on here as well, right? Um, so let's see, who is this? Who is it that they're talking to here? Well, they're talking to the devil. That's funny. I mean, the devil card is Saturn, work energy. There is this, well, we'll see if it's work related or personal with these other two cards. Well, let's just look at that here first here. Yeah, well, it looks like it is somewhat work related with this Two of Pentacles and this Four of Cups, but I don't feel like it's work related to your work. Because there is this, and I feel, did we do a reading on them before? They're bringing something back that they're looking for another job. And I feel like they're talking with people, and I feel like they're trying to get information because this, it's almost like this Two of Pentacles is like two jobs, but this Four of Cups feels like I feel stagnant at the job I'm in now, and I'm talking to someone to try to see what I can do to create a new opportunity. But I don't, it doesn't feel so much here because this world card feels like an ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure. And not necessarily, we'll find out more here if they're planning on leaving or if they're just planning on doing something in addition to. Um, and I almost feel like, and this sounds, it doesn't sound horrible. Oh, yeah. It's almost like they're doing that job as the director, but they're also doing something else, like their other job on the side. Like they're trying to develop something, and so they're spending a lot of time talking to other people around this other thing too. So it kind of feels like that. But let's see here. Because it feels like it's because it's like juggling two kind of positions or two jobs. is what I feel because they feel stagnant at the job that they're in, the job that you guys are at. So it's like almost like they're trying to create something else. But what is she up to? Let's see here. Let's get these other cards here. Yeah, there is communication. Well, there is a little bit of communication here with, you know, this could be communication to a loved one, but I feel like it's communication around what brings them joy. Let's see what's below the surface here. See, what is this about? We got the Queen of Swords. There's 4 cards, and then we also have, the Knight of Wands, the Page of Wands, and the Hierophant. Card of change. We got the Page of Wands, the Knight of Wands. This is action, movement, something that balances head and heart, but that also feels like, something uh, very compatible kind of energy. It was almost like on the verge of like, is this about, they're talking to someone that they're like interested in dating or da da? But then it brought it into this, changing, this learning, this altering of their life. We got more cards here. I'm just, it feels, I mean, that's what it just feels like. It feels like I'm trying to create a side business and I'm doing it on company time. I'm a director, everything's taking care of itself. I'm locking the door and I'm also, um, doing something else. What is it called when you're consultant? Am I starting a consulting business where I'm consulting other businesses around things? You know? And it's like, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" Right? Moonlighting, yeah, right? Um, yeah, we have the Page of Swords because 'cause we've got this wanting to walk away from relationships that don't serve anymore and this clarity coming in, um 'cause I feel like last time that we asked about this, from what Spirit's bringing back to me, it was like they were looking for a new job. They were looking for new opportunities, and I feel like they they're trying their hand at starting their own business, and so they're spending a lot of this consulting, talking to people, and I feel like maybe consulting is the business that they're trying to do here. Yeah, they got the King of Cups again. They were looking for something that's more in alignment with them here. And even maybe going back to school, um, because we've got the 8 of Pentacles, which is about, you know, learning, and the Hierophant is about learning and teacher-student energy too. But I could almost see them, you know, getting their masters or something, and they're attending online classes at work and you know, but it feels like that's something along that line where they're doing something that is more in alignment with what they want to do because they feel very stagnant in what they're doing. They feel like they've been doing it for forever and they're ready to do something more exciting in their life. But I don't feel like it's personal, like they're talking to, they're having a little bit of, you know, phone hanky panky with their love, you know locking the door, nothing like that. It feels like they're either doing a second job or doing pursuing their dream or schooling, but it feels like they're doing something along those lines kind of energy. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in too. See if they'll bring any clarity. Just put a bug in their office and then find out. Just remember, some things can't be unheard. Oh my god. Alright, let's see what else they have here for you. The Broken Antler. Interesting. Card number 11, which says, "What once made you strong cannot come with you. Wow. Maybe they are wanting to leave. I feel like that's what they're trying to do is they're trying to do something to where they can go do something that's they enjoy more. But the invocation says, "I was your crown, your armor, your weight. You leaned on me, grew into me, called me yours. But I was never meant to stay. I break not to punish, but to free." You wouldn't do that. So the broken antler marks the moment when a once needed strength, identity, or dependency must be released. Like the stag that sheds its antlers after the season turns, you're being called to let go of something you once depended on to survive, to fight, or to be seen. Antlers are a source of power, protection, dominance, visibility, but they're temporary. They must fall for new ones to grow, and you must learn who you are without them. Feels like this energy, right? This may be a relationship that once felt essential, a belief that once held your world together, a habit, persona, or emotional crutch that defines you during hardship. This card says you're no longer who you were when you built this. You do not need what you once needed, and it's time to lay it down. Feels like like they're wanting to go somewhere else, right? Shadow energy. This card reveals the pain of letting go, clinging to outdated tools of self protection, confusing comfort with growth, mistaking the end of one version of power for powerlessness. You may feel exposed, off balance, or less than without your former supports, but this brokenness is holy. It is the clearing ground. What you release now will return truer, lighter, more aligned. Reflection questions, and this could be all towards them. What have I been carrying that once was empowering, but now weighs me down? Can I love what once protected me without needing to keep it? What might emerge in the space left behind? So all this energy, I feel like they are trying to get out of there, trying to or try to ignite something to make them feel like they have life. Yeah, so you can be like, "Oh, mhm, uh-huh. Where are you going?" They're like, "What?" "Nothing." All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. And of course, we have you on the list for the free readings, and we'll spin back around there. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 9 free readings. You are the ninth one. I'm coming up. All right. So we got Lil Cherry Blossom. You're at 308 even. Here is your time stamp. And what's coming to you in regards for a transformation opportunity? So what is coming towards you? We got this one and this one. Got the 9 of Wands and the 6 of Swords. Yeah, you definitely the 9 of Wands is, you've been feeling stagnant, feeling like beating your head up against a wall where you have a you feel like you have a head injury, right? Where you're like over and over and over. But there is something here with the 6 of Swords because this is letting go of some old ways of thinking, takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters. And it is transition energy because once you let go of some small t truths rooted in fear, some expectations, some thoughts, some stories around whatever this is that you're wanting to transform, you see things from a higher perspective, and that changes your thinking, which activates motion and action in your life that allows you to step, I want to say, around this block. Because I don't feel like you're going to go through it. I feel like you're getting clarity. Like if you've wanted to go towards something and you keep feeling blocked, you're realizing that's not for me. There's something else bigger and more in alignment with my energy. So I'm going around this obstacle instead of trying to go through it. You're becoming water, right? There is this energy of, going going to this stepping to the left, the left, stepping to the right. Well, I guess that's your right and your left. For me, it's my other left, my other right. But, there is this realizing, oh wow, yeah, water can eventually go through something, but it will take the path of least resistance and it goes around or under or over rather than trying to go through it. So I feel like that's the energy that's coming in here for you right now. You get the clarity around that something isn't for me. And when you let that go, then you find that way around it. So I like that for you. So they got for you, little cherry blossom. All right. And then we got Andrea, 54 Hector, 31039. Here you go, Andrea. You want to know what kind of energy is Carlos the Leo coming towards you with? He texted you on Saturday after not hearing from him in the past month. Oh my gosh. All right. Cheers to you. Let's take a sip here. Carlos. All right. What kind of energy is he coming through here? Well, some balanced energy here with the Queen of Swords, balance between the head and the heart. And the Judgment card is about seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, something being raised from the dead. And it's interesting here because I feel like with this Queen of Swords, it's like an energy of like compatibility. And I got this little message that they're giving me about you don't know how good you have it until that's like a job, right? Whenever we're unhappy with a job, when you go looking for another job, you realize how good you have it because some of the jobs out there, you're like, oh my God. Oh my God, no. Oh, okay. Well, I have a new appreciation for the job I do have now. It kind of feels that way that they kind of thought, I'm going to look around and see what else is out there and see who else is out there. And then they realize, wow, I totally didn't appreciate you for who you were, didn't see how compatible we are and things like, along those lines. And so I feel like they're going to try to raise something from the dead, but that's up to you whether you want to be like, oh, you appreciate me now for now, but I I feel like if they weren't smart enough to see it in the beginning, are they gonna get stupid again and, not realize what, all the gifts and strengths that you have and that you offer? I don't know. That's up to you, of course. I would say, wow, that was a severe no. But that is me. That's not spirit. That's Bretta Z going, "Hail to the no." But the heart wants what it wants, I understand. I have gone through choosing, my hard lessons too. So whatever you choose, there's no wrong choice, just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. I like how spirit tells us whenever anyone's trying to come back, I don't uh, it's like they say, "Don't just let them back in the door," make them work for it in a way. It's, you know we're not just gonna, back to where we were when you disappeared. You need to reestablish trust. You need to date me. You need to, hang around with me consistently for 3 months, and after 3 months, I'll decide if we're gonna move forward or not. 3 months, blah, blah, blah. Oh, thank you for showing me who you are. Nope. No, that's fine. Then if you think that's too much, enjoy. Thanks for stopping by. What? It's like, no, I get to choose the conditions for you to come back into my life. you don't get to just show back up and go, I'm back. And you're like, who are you? All right. So that's what they have for you, Andrea, 54 Hector. Many blessings. All right. Livier Vagara, you were up 314.45. There it is. And energies for your job offers coming over. All right, let's take a look here. Got that one. What else about job offers coming over? And this one here. All right. Well, there is some endings and beginnings energy here. You got the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve anymore. And the World card is about a victory and an ending of a cycle, beginning of new adventure kind of energy coming in here. So very much this feel of, I got to let some people go. I got to let some opportunities go that aren't really for me. There's some old things I would normally go for, but this is about clearing away the stuff that it's almost like returning to an ex kind of energy. I'm going back to the same types of jobs I had before and the same stuff. It's like you're done with that cycle. You're ready to let some of these things go to make space and open up so that, the flow changes. It brings in this flow energy. So I like it. I feel like there's some good things coming your way with the World card here. But there is this needing to let go of some emotions and especially relationships. And relationships can be like connections with old jobs or old employers or old companies. It's like, yeah, it can feel safe and it can be like, I want to do this, but there's something so much bigger with this World card coming your way. So, you know, part of our life is about releasing things that are holding us back so that we can move forward. Yeah, this card slipped off the top of the deck. It's the Five of Cups. It's the sorrow, letting go of the old emotions, changing that emotional energy and going, I don't need to go back to things that don't serve me anymore. It's about newness, new adventure, world of possibilities, not expectations. That's what the World card brings. Last card in the major arcana, leading us into a new adventure full of possibilities, not going back into a prison of expectations. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Livier. Many blessings to you. And we got Heaven Rare Gem. You are up 317.29. Whoops, I don't want to do that, but that's fine. Clicking buttons. There we go. You want to know, is there a potential that your one is going to be foreign? May I live with him outside your essential homeland? All right, let's take a look here. So based on your energy and your path, is the one, the love, going to be foreign? And will you have an opportunity to live outside your homeland? All right. Will they be foreign? You got the Four of Pentacles. I'm so sorry. That's a home card. Four Pentacles, four walls, home. I don't feel like they're foreign. I feel like they are in your homeland. You do have the Nine of Cups, though, which is a dream come true energy. So they don't have to be foreign for you to live outside your homeland. So it's like right in the middle of that, right? It's someone from your home, but with them, not your home like your house, right? Your homeland. But the Nine of Cups is like your dream come true. So whoever you meet wants to travel, wants to live outside the homeland too. So that's one of the things that comes in, is that someone that does want to move away, that does want to go outside of your country. So I like that for you. So boom, boom, boom. There you go. Hope that helps for today. All right. And then we have Ateshi Singh. We got 3:19:14. So here is your timestamp, Ateshi. And you want HL versus FG's energy towards you. So HL's energy towards you, and then FG's energy towards you. All right. So HL's energy towards you. I got this Ace of Wands coming in here. This, I don't know. I feel like with HL towards you, this feels like they're wanting. I don't feel like they want a new passion with you because they might already have one with you, right? But this Ace of Wands is like, I feel like they're seeking other attraction. They're attracted somewhere else with this Ace of Wands. It's like they have a new passion. So I feel like their energy is looking to stop pursuing you if they were, but I feel like their passionate attraction energy is elsewhere. FG's energy is the Knight of Pentacles, which is a slow moving energy towards you, though, not away from you. And but I feel like they want to take their time and they want to get to know you and they want to see what unfolds. They're not in a rush to get to anywhere there, where I feel kind of HL kind of feels like they're wanting to, they're attracted in a different direction. So hopefully that helps bring a little clarity there, Teshi. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Right. Brenda Globy, you are up 32111. Hey, Brenda. Here's your timestamp. And how did H feel about A ignoring them, being quiet all day, specifically around them? All right, let's take a look here. How did H feel about A being silent? All right. They didn't seem too bothered by it. We got the Four of Swords, which is peace of mind, no expectations, rested mind. Ace of Cups it's a happy energy. They were happy that they were quiet and being ignored. But the Ace of Cups is an energy about self-love, and it feels like here, like H is, content. They don't have a whole lot of expectations. They're kind of focused on their self-love right now. So they don't not expecting a lot of people on the outside and really internally focused. Did they notice it? I feel like they did, but they just figured that's something going on with you. It has nothing to do with me. And I feel like they're just kind of content with that. I feel like I feel like there's this energy from them that they don't um it's like they don't fall for like they feel like it's manipulation because I feel like they experienced it when they were younger. People would give them the cold shoulder, they would act hurt, they would be silent to try to get their attention, and they just don't play that game. So they're like, "That's something for you," you know? They're just but we're focusing on whatever they're doing, focusing on themselves kind of energy. That's, coming in with that. So I feel like that's what was going on with them there. Unbothered. All right. So that's what they have for you, Brenda. Hey, Helga, no, you can pop a question out there if you want. Let's say I have some other. Let me make sure. I just want to got a couple more free readings. Let me say. I think I had some other individuals come in. Let me just make sure here. Do we need those? I got those. Blueberry, Nelia. And Kita, thought I saw someone else. I said hello to you. I know I did. So let's take a look here and get you on the free list here. All right, there we go. Get some more space here. All right. Good morning. All right. All right. So I think that's all that came in. All right. And then Maria P, we got 32423. This is for your free one. Thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your free reading. and the general for you and Wally. Let's take a look here. Boom, boom. Got the Ace of Swords and the Star card. Wow. Beautiful energy. The Star card is like a dream come true energy, but it's more of a mental dream come true. Like, what does my mind think the dream come true is? And you have the Ace of Swords, which brings clarity to the mind. So I like this. I feel like there is a lot of this great conversations. I feel like you guys are moving into this really kind of vulnerability of sharing your hearts, and you're also sharing your minds as well. So there is, I feel like you're realizing, both of you, the things that you have in common about what you want, and also the things that are uncommon. Like, "Oh, I didn't even think of that," but this was like, "This is something I really want." And they're like, "Oh, well, I'm okay with that," but it wasn't on the list of for them. And then they mentioned something on their list of what they'd like, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't think of that. Wasn't on my list, but I'm okay with that too." I feel like there's this clarity around what your joint dream is. What do they call that circle, where it's overlaps? You see the overlap, in the middle, but then you also are aware of what each individual wants that is not necessarily something someone doesn't want. It just wasn't on their list, but you're becoming aware of that. And I feel like that's an important thing to do. Even if you haven't asked it, you can ask them, get it started right. So what is your dream come true, Wally? All right. So that's what I feel is for you, Maria. Many blessings to you. All right. Happy Pill, you are up 326.27. Here is your timestamp and a general read. Let's see what we have here. So we got this and this one here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? You got the Knight of Wands and the Magician. Wow. Yeah, definitely uh, magic energy, movement energy, motion energy, action energy. It's time to take action. The Knight of Wands, we have the Year of the Fire Horse. We've got Aries spring season coming up on March 20th. Magician is about action, doing what you can in your life. It's important, because there's really, there's the divine masculine energy of the magician and the Knight of Wands, which is all about, you know, doing what I can do. And then there's the divine feminine energy, which is there's some things I can't do, things like I don't have the ability to do something about. We surrender that to the creator and we become a chalice. We open up and go, help. And then the universe is like, here you go. I'll bring you the perfect answer and the perfect timing and the perfect way for these things you can't do anything about. But the magician and the Knight of Wands is about you taking action on the things that you can. There's also an underlying energy around the energy of these two cards, which is realize that you can help the universe by where you're focusing your energy. Because the more you focus on, you hand it over once to the creator, then you focus on gratitude about what you have and what you have had. It just allows things to come in easier. If I focus in on want and need and fear energy, I make it harder for things to come toward us. So you can help the universe help you by focusing on your energy. Of course, doing what you can, ask for what you can't do anything about, and then have gratitude energy. Transforms things for you. So I like that for you. That's what they have for you, Happy Pill. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Nelia Maderos, thank you for your donation earlier. This is for your free reading here. What does Spirit want you to know? All right. Cheers, cheers. Take another chug, chug, chug. All right. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay, we got this one and this one. All right. So, the Hierophant energy is about seeing things from a different perspective. And they are with the major arcana number 5, they're the master of change. Change through awareness, change through seeing things from a different perspective. The 10 of Wands energy does kind of embody that a bit as well, because you can look at the 10 of Wands as burden or as abundance. And when we become aware of how I'm investing my energy, where my perception is, I realize how I want to reroute my energy from things that have fallen into the cracks of lower vibration, and those just go into the gutter and down into the sewer. It's wasted energy in a way, right? Nothing's really wasted, but it's not productive energy in that it's not bringing you what you're wanting. It's just kind of dribbling away. So when we're like, you know what? I'm taking that energy back. I'm not going to use that energy towards this person, towards this situation, towards this world event, towards this thing that's not bringing me what I want. I'm rerouting that to focus in on gratitude, unconditional love, joy, laughter, play, you know, into something that's more in alignment with what I'm wanting. So it's like recalibrating here. What is your true north? What is your why? What do you want in life? And what energy are you investing in things that don't align with that dream, in that north, that star that you're trying to have in your life? And you're like, yeah, we can be. Sometimes things that are demanding us saying, I'm important, isn't important to you. We don't have to invest energy in it. Things that are saying, I'm urgent, and they're not urgent to you. You don't have to invest energy in it. So I like this recalibration of energy kind of message coming in. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And we've got Ankita 33135 is for yours here. And you want to know, is your current relationship supposed to end? And if yes, when? They don't have the power yet to leave. Let's take a look here. So, is there a supposed to about an ending? We do have an Ace of Swords, which would be an ending energy. But when we're talking about supposed to, we've talked about supposed to's before. There's no supposed to, should, need to, have to, must from spirit's perspective, right? There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. And but they will let you know that, you know, that the current relationship that you're in is a stepping stone, and you're going to glean a lot of knowledge from it with this Ace of Swords, and that it is like a stepping stone isn't a bridge, and it isn't well, it's a bridge in a way, but it's not your destination, right? Is this airport where I'm supposed to stay? No, you're going to board another flight and go to a different destination, right? So I do feel like it will end, um, and it is kind of in your plan that you wanted, but there's always flexibility. It's not a have to, because I don't feel like you have a destined, fated relationship that you were like, regardless of whatever choices I make, I'm going to end up with this one person. Um, I do feel your current relationship is a stepping stone, an experience that you wanted to experience, but you get to decide when it ends, you know. And if you decide to interact with them the rest of your life, it went from a stepping stone to a bridge. That's what they were showing me. It went from a stepping stone to a bridge across, but you get to the other side, and then off you go to a new uh, a new lifetime, right? You're welcome, Nelia. Let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, when is this anticipated to end? Yeah, you got September 2nd to September 11th is your current one. You even got the Nine of Pentacles, which is about being alone. It's not going from one relationship to another. Would be you being off to yourself for a little while. So that's what we're looking at with that. So hopefully that helps. That's what you got for you, Ankita. Many blessings. Oops. There we go. All right. I think that's right there. Okay. And then Helga, I got yours. Let me get you onto the list here. Don't think there was anyone else. Let me just make sure here. I think I got everybody. Yes. All right. Yes. Night, night. Sleep well. Take care. Good to see you. Busy, 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 right? All right. Helga, you are at three. Well, do you at 3:35 even, Helga? So here is your time stamp. And you found a spark with the mechanic. Were you imagining it, or did he find a spark too, like in your car? Let's take a look here. So, was there a spark? Was there a spark between the two of you that didn't have anything to do with your spark plugs? Huh, it's an interesting energy. You got two major arcana. You got the high priestess here, and we've got the full card here too, um, which is about something free of expectations. The high priestess is, you're very intuitive, and you pick up some emotional energy. So I do feel like you didn't imagine it. There was a spark there. I just don't feel like they're as aware of things as you are. And um and I feel like they're in this place with this energy. I don't feel like there's something developing between the two of you. There was a spark, but the high priestess is you being alone by yourself up in your high priestess temple, connecting with yourself. And you're because I feel like the mechanic is in this full stage where they're more like wanting adventures, wanting to see what happens in life, and more of a world of possibilities, no expectations or intentions or things like that. I feel like they're just kind of on this adventure area, kind of time in their life. And so I don't feel like there's this desire to um, like be in a relationship with anyone or date anyone. I feel like they're just more about adventure. But with this Aquarius Uranus full card energy, I feel like they contain their emotions. Like, yeah, I felt it, but I kept it over here. I'm not looking for that, kind of energy, it feels like. So that's what's coming in there for you, Helga. I know. Hot mechanic, right? Hey, Val. He ignited her engine. Vroom, vroom. Hey, you came in. If you're wanting a reading, you're coming just as the elevator doors were going to start to close, because that was my last reading. So if you want to a free reading or donation, you can throw it out there, and you'll be up right away. Boom, boom, boom. Unless someone comes in and beats you to it. All right. So for everyone else, just while we're waiting to see here, every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway. So if you haven't got into the next new moon giveaway, we just had a full moon giveaway a couple days ago. So the next one's a couple weeks away on the new moon on March 18th. So if you want to get into that drawing, you can check out that video. My playlists are all in the description area of the video or on my main page at the top if you're ever wanting to see what the current giveaway is or any of the drawing winners. All those videos are in a playlist. Also, around a full moon or a new moon, I do put out a video talking about how to make the most of the moon energy. So we just had the Virgo full moon lunar eclipse, like I said, a couple of days ago. But that video energy is still good. We have a lot of release energy, affirmation energy that you can take advantage of. Eclipses impact us 2, 4, 6, 8 weeks out sometimes. So that energy is still very vibrant. So you can still check that out and use that energy if you'd like. And then we also have a podcast, and we had a new adventure come out yesterday. Today's Friday, right? Yesterday. Called Window Wonder. So if you want to check that out, there's the link for it. But my playlist link is also down in the description area, or like I said, on my main page. If you want to catch up, it's a podcast that we talk about, of course, story time with Bretta Zen. We talk about a drama, a trauma in my life, or someone else's that's volunteered the information. We talk about the human perspective of why they do why humans do what they do, spirit's perspective on it, and then also hints from spirit on how to make those situations an easier path rather than a harder one if we choose that for ourselves. Never any pressure. It's just information. So if you want to check them out, those are all free as well. So many blessings. So cheers, everybody. Almost out of water. Oh my gosh. All right. So that is it. I don't have any other free readings or donations. So if you do want to put have a donation or a free reading, now's the time. Otherwise, we'll be shutting down for the eve. I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights, starting at 5 p.m. Be forewarned, here in the United States, in my state, we do have daylight savings time next Sunday. I know. We spring ahead an hour, which means I will be on an hour earlier for those of you who do not celebrate. We don't really celebrate it, but participate in daylight savings time. So I'll be on an hour earlier for some of you, because not everyone across the world, even across the United States, some states of ours do not um, participate in that. But we do. So I will be on an hour earlier. All right. So I'll give Val a moment here in case she is wanting a reading here before we exit the building, or before the elevator doors are they're closing. You can stick your umbrella in to keep it from closing. Because I feel like you do want one. So we will honor that. In fact, what I might do, just to not put any pressure on you, it's been almost 4 hours. And I'm going to run to the little boys' room. I'll come back, and if there's no question, we'll shut down. Otherwise, I'll be right back. All right. So I am back. Um, yeah, we can get you in here. I was waiting on Val to see if, she wanted to do a reading. But yeah, plate of spaghetti, welcome. You can throw one out there. We can pull some cards here for you. I knew someone was, wanting a reading because that's why I delayed. Um, Ran to the little boy's room because I felt like the elevator doors were closing, but someone needed to catch the elevator. So maybe it was you and not Val, or both of you. So go ahead and pop it out there, and we'll get you squared away. Jump in here. I've already completed everything. Um, so, like I was saying, I was about to close down my session because I didn't have any more donations or free readings because 'cause I'd completed them all, but I sensed someone needed so it's right now. So put it out there right now, and I will pull cards for you. Okay, just do a couple things here while I'm waiting here. Gotta do this. There it goes. All right, come on, there it goes. All right. Get you on the list over here. Alrighty. Or it was Sudeshna that was on her way. I knew there was some more people coming. How did I know? All right. So 34702 for you, a plate of spaghetti. Here's your timestamp. You want to know what's William's energy towards you after you told him to make up his mind? I feel bad for the way I snapped, but now he's not answering. He left me on read. Okay, let's take a look here. And when you said that you think you screwed up, if you're not able to, communicate, and if you get frustrated, if that ends a relationship, then it needed to end, what I'm saying? But let's take a look here and see what William's energy is. Is he just pouting, or does he need to simmer down before he responds? We'll take a look here. Yeah, and I feel like with the Page of Pentacles, I feel that there will be more communication coming up here between the two of you. The 10 of Wands is an energy of, you know, it is a lot of like whoosh of energy that can feel like a burden, but then it transforms into something that feels like abundance. And the Page of Pentacles is something that, it's about a future opportunity, and, coming in with that, in the future here. Yeah, yeah. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. It's like you send something and you're just gonna see if they respond or not. But it feels like they will here after they, uh, you know, come off of this um, flood of energy as well. And I like it. I feel like they're taking the time to think about what you said, find out how they want to respond, and because they don't want to react. And um, I feel like, like you snapped, which is a reactionary energy of um, when we go into fight or flight mode, we either attack or we retreat. You are an attacker, you're a fighter. They're more of I'm going to shut down and freeze and go in, right? Yeah, trauma response. And that's it's what happens. We're human when we go into that fight or flight mode, we go out of our minds. We're not in our um intelligent, compassionate, loving side. We're a little 2-year-old with its pet hissing cat, and we hiss and attack, or hiss and run away, or hiss and attack and then run away. In their case, I feel like they hiss and they run away. And so when they're ready and they calm down, then they'll respond, because they don't respond in the action. They go in a retreat. They pull back and get silent. You voice your fear. They repress their fear. When they're ready, then they'll do it. So it does feel like they will here reach back out, but you just have to give them time to calm down, and they want to make sure you're um calming down too, right? Yeah. There is something, to be aware of with all that. Hey, Helga, you're very welcome. Glad you listened. Um, you can't chase away someone who's meant for you, to a friend or lover or whoever. If you can chase them away, then that they weren't for you, right? So, if you look at it in that way, then we can kind of you know get into this. Yeah, if someone can't withstand my fire, then then that's all right. There is that energy that comes in there, right? You have a confession. Well, I'm not a priest. Don't confess to me. I'm not a police officer and I'm not a priest. No confessions. But you could say it. Oh, right. I get you. I get you. But like you said, if they are truly your soulmate, you can't chase them away. They'll be fire resistant. They can handle your fire. But if it's someone that's like, psh, then it's like, okay, you know, but so that's what they have for you. A plate of spaghetti. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Appreciate you. Hang in there. Hey, Sudeshna, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We will get your timestamp. 352.52 is your timestamp. Look at that. Put that down here. And let's give that a love and a like. So, the upcoming week for you, please. Love, career, health, and guidance. All right, let's take a look and see what we got going on for you here. So, what about love here first for the coming week? For career, right? Just one for that. Health, of course, disclaimer, all about that. Got 2 for that. And any guidance for the week. Got this. Bottom of the energy. You got the King of Pentacles. Feels like an abundance kind of energy for next week here. Fullness. Feels like the outside world feels very full for you and in a positive way. It feels like a lot of activity, a lot of feelings of abundance. It doesn't necessarily need to be money, but it feels like there's this feeling of fullness this next coming week. For love, you got the moon. So there is this bit of still reflecting on your emotions below the surface and understanding emotions, mother moon, looking at what's below the surface. is very important. A lot of maybe suppressed and pushed down emotions that it's like the moon energy is wanting to help you. You know, this full moon lunar eclipse we had a couple days ago, you know, there's a video out how to make the most of that release energy, because there is some of that you can use to help move some of this emotion that impacts you so that it doesn't continue to impact your future love relationships. So it feels like more next week is about reflection on emotions, not external experience of love in the outside world. So that's what we have for that. Career, right? Yep. Got the 2 of cups. So the 2 of cups is about emotional choice here, coming in. Um, it's not you're not gonna find someone at work to date or anything, don't worry. But this feels like you're really I don't wanna use the word challenged, but I'm gonna use it because it's like you're challenged next week. It's like you're given this if you accept to it's like Mission Impossible. Here's this challenge. If you wish to accept it, you have a great opportunity to learn about emotional choice next week at work, where when something happens, I get to choose how I feel about it. And it's like you're being pulled to go, oh, I want to feel this way about it. Cause, this is bringing up old fears, old emotions. And it's like, nope, I'm going to choose not to feel that way about it. And I feel like you're learning some strength in how you might have reacted emotionally for some things in the past, but now you're responding to it instead. Reaction is, an emotional reaction is "Psst, here, that happened and I reacted. A response is this happened, I paused, I took a deep breath, and then I responded with a conscious response instead of a reaction where, oops, kind of energy. So I like that for you. Health, you got the 6 of Swords and the Devil card. Yeah. The 6 of Swords and the Devil card both have to talk about energies of thinking and mindset and thoughts and beliefs and some long held thoughts and beliefs. Feel like there's letting go of, sometimes we can learn too much about health and medical stuff and whatever, where we're thinking it has to be this, this is the way it works. And this is about releasing some thinking around the medical and um and changing that. I don't know, I think I told you about this book, right? I don't know. But I dug it up. I was digging for another book and I found this one and I told everyone, I'll remember it. Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life. And you can also search in the internet spiritual or emotional reasons for if there's any kind of physical symptoms or diagnoses, you can look in here and see, or on the internet and see, what resonates with the emotional and spiritual reason behind the things in the health. I feel like there is stress related, especially around work with the devil card, but it's changing our mindset, letting go of some old ways of looking at medical things and going, "Oh, well, this is always that." No, it doesn't have to be. I can see it differently. It allows change and transformation to happen in your physical body, but it's questioning your story about your body and the symptoms and stuff and see it from a different perspective. Guidance for the week, you do have the 7 of Pentacles and the 6 of Wands coming in here. 7 of Pentacles is trusting the journey, trusting that, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. Trust the process, trust the unfolding of things. There is the 6 of Wands, which is normally it's like a victory energy, but I feel like this is more of a flow energy because both of these together, I'm getting a message of go with the flow next week, trust the cycle, trust the unfolding, trust the path, um, and your week goes much smoother. You even got 2 full moons. Well, there's a lot of full moons in here. You got 2 full moons, which is allow that which wants to fall away, because there is a little bit of energy around. What do you mean? Well, you got the moon card itself, the giant full moon, right? Which is release energy. I'd really check out that making the most of the full moon lunar eclipse energy for the Virgo, because there's a lot of this release energy is coming through. If you haven't checked it out already, but it's using that energy to be able to let go of some things that don't serve anymore for you. If you didn't catch that, let me grab it real quick here, just for anyone else to. Here is your the link, and I'll put it under your name on the pinned comment too afterwards, in case you're not watching right now. If you watch it later, it'll be right below your timestamp. All right, let's see your fortune cookie. You've got Root of Remembrance. It feels like this is the Seven of Pentacles that I just showed you too. It says, what lies beneath the surface is not gone. It waits for you to remember. So let's see what this brings in here. The invocation says, beneath ruin, I remain. Beneath silence, I sing. You're not the first to forget, but you may be the first to return. So this card calls you back to deep ancestral and soul memory, a root that stretches not just through your family line, but through lifetimes. That's that moon energy, right? The stuff that's below the surface. The root of remembrance is the thread that connects your present self with all you've ever been: the healer, the seeker, the warrior, the exile, the oracle. Even if you don't remember these past lifetimes in detail, their wisdom lives in you. You're being asked to remember a lesson your soul has learned before, a pattern repeating from a past incarnation, a gift or calling carried across lifetimes. And you're being asked to remember a vow you made long ago, perhaps one that must now be released. These memories may come as deja vu or inexplicable emotion, a place that feels hauntingly familiar, dreams, symbols, or skills that arise unexplainably, or a magnetic pull towards certain people or places. The shadow side of this energy of this card, you may be disconnected from your deeper self, struggling to find purpose, forgetting that your path is not just a product of this life, but of many. In shadow, this card may also reveal unconscious past life vows, trauma, or soul contracts still influencing your choices. Be mindful of avoiding growth by blaming karma rather than choosing freedom. Also, be mindful of romanticizing ancestral or past life pain instead of transforming it. You're not doomed to repeat the past, but you are being asked to understand it. And your 3 reflection questions: what part of me feels older than this life? Ooh. What gifts or fears might I be carrying from another incarnation? And lastly, what promise or pattern is ready to be remembered or released? I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. So I think that is everything that we have for this eve. Let me just double check here. Yep, I think that be it, peoples. So I shall be back tomorrow. What is this? Friday. So Saturday and Sunday. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday evening. we do have I'll put out some notifications of this too, but, we have daylight savings time on starting Sunday, so I'll be on an hour earlier for some of you because if you don't participate in daylight savings time, I will be on, um, my time, it jumps forward, so I'm on sooner than I normally am, but if you're not, you'll show up and go, "Oh, he's been on for an hour already." So, you know, it's not gonna hurt anything, but just so you know. All right, everybody. Remember, as you're going through your amazing adventures that every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Remember, have it written down. Life is just a game we play together. Try to have fun and enjoy it. Woohoo! All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.